And I will tell you why in just a minute I record. So you guys should have just gotten something on your end that says, do you allow me to record? So if you want that to go away, you need to say yes. And again, I'll explain why in just a second I record. So what I'm going to do now is share my screen with you guys. You guys should be looking at my nice, pretty beach scene with the blue chairs. Don't we wish we were here? But we're not. We're here. So not unless some of you are. But everybody can see my screen now. Yes, everybody can see my screen. Okay. Somewhere on your screen, you have a view gallery. Your wording may be a little bit different, but you have the view options. And you can view, you can see, some of your peers, you can see just the person talking. You guys can set your view options. And I suggest you have that view option, whatever is least distracting to you. I think sometimes watching your peers is distracting because now you're not listening to Julie. Now you're listening to see what Kimberly's going to do next. So I just looked up and saw your name. So if you find that you're distracted easily, you may want to consider changing those view options so you're just focusing on the content. Again, just a suggestion. So we're going to go through, the first thing we're going to do is a little welcome section, start out with kind of the class rules expectations to make sure that we all start on the same page. So this is your 75-hour pre-licensing course. This is the class required to get your real estate license. So guys, this is the very first day of your real estate career. Is this exciting? Is it very exciting to think about? You are starting your new career, your new venture today, and it all does start today. So officially welcome everybody. I'm glad you guys are here. Just a quick introduction to who we are. Lane Young is the director and owner of our school. You guys all have received at least some form of communication from Lane. You got the email yesterday from her that gave you the link to access this class. So if you got here today, you had some form of communication with Lane. You guys need to keep that email that you got from her because that Zoom link is the same link that we will use every single class. May I suggest that you create a folder in your email that says real estate or pre-licensing and put that email in there. Because if your inbox looks like mine, as time goes on, it gets pushed down further to the bottom and then it goes to the second page and the third. Now you can't find it and it's 8:59 and you're trying to log on to class and you can't find the email. So I suggest just creating a folder, putting that email in there so you know how to access and you know how to get in. This is how you get in touch with Lane. You obviously have her email, but also her phone number. And then my name is Julie Campbell, and I'm going to be with you guys for the next couple months. So this is my phone number and email. Please write this down. I encourage you guys to reach out to me. I encourage you guys to communicate with me. So please go ahead and take just a minute and jot this down. I know my email is long, but it makes sense if you think about it, right? Because who am I? I am Julie, the real estate instructor at gmail.com. So if that helps you to remember, just think about who I am. Just to give you guys a brief introduction of myself, this year I just celebrated 21 years in real estate. I've been in the industry for a long time. I started as administrative. So I was the behind the scenes that took care of day-to-day operations. I did that for about the first 14 years. And then I eventually made the switch into sales and teaching for Lane. So today I wear two hats. I wear the instructor hat. I'm not doing sales as much anymore. I'm back to my roots and I'm affiliated with my real estate firm and I'm doing admin stuff again. So I guess I got back to what I know, what I'm comfortable with. So again, you guys will learn more about me, trust me, in the next couple months, but I think that's enough to get us started. My phone number and my email address, so please go ahead and jot this down. I have somebody on the call named Cyrus. I'm not sure if you can hear me, but I cannot see you. So if your camera, one way you guys can always know if your camera's on, your device may or may not. Most of your devices, if your camera's on, do you guys see a little light? If you look at the top and you see like the little light where your camera is, If you're never sure if your camera's on, just look for the light. Okay. With your Zoom toolbar, we introduced you guys to the chat a few minutes ago. You guys go ahead and pull up your chat box. Yep, thank you. And you should have the option to either chat to everyone or chat just to me. You guys see that? You can chat to everyone or just to me. Why don't you guys chat to everyone? And let's tell your peers, let's tell everybody, where are you? What city are you sitting in right now taking this class? Let's see where we got Charlotte. We're going to be all over the place. Boonville, Advance, Winston, lots of Winston, K Vegas, Greensboro, Woodleaf, Kernersville, Harmony, north of Statesville, West Jefferson, Wilkes County, High Point. I've never heard of that, Shakima. Let me go back and see. I may have to do Google Maps later. Ballantyne, nice, a new place. Southern Pine, Salisbury. So thank you guys for sharing. And I think this is one thing that Zoom has definitely done for us, is it opened it up. It used to be we were all from Winston, we're all from the Triad, and now we got people from all over the state. Sometimes I have people coming into the state or taking class from a different place. So South Charlotte is Ballantyne. And somebody else is, I've never heard of it. Now I got two people. Isn't that how life just goes sometimes? So, so that's great that you guys have that connection. Good. To my point, though, we are all scattered across the state. It's raining where I'm at right now. By the way, I'm located in Archdale. I live in Archdale, North Carolina. So I'm like the suburb of High Point. If you didn't know High Point had a suburb, you just you just did. So I'm down here in LA, also known as Lower Archdale. And it's raining where I'm at right now. Is anybody raining where you're at? Some of us are, some of us aren't, right? See, this is how Zoom works. What if we have a really bad storm come through? Some of us could be going through a storm, some of us couldn't. Some of us could have power issues, internet issues, all things that we can and do deal with and work through. So I can't control nature. I can't control your internet speed or your internet connection. We can just do with the best that we can. So let's talk about your attendance. Oh, you moved here from Myrtle Beach. Did you go the wrong way? Usually you're supposed to move to the beach, right? Good, Cyrus. Thank you. Thank you. And somebody else is near. Got a lot of Charlotte people this class. Good, good. All right, so let me introduce you guys. Your first introduction to the North Carolina Real Estate Commission. They are the governing body of why we were here. We will talk more about the Real Estate Commission and the things that they do and do not do for us. But one important thing to understand about the Real Estate Commission is that they set the attendance policy. So the Real Estate Commission is the one that determines when you need to be here, how you're considered present, that kind of thing. And the rule of the Real Estate Commission is they have a requirement that you have to be here at least 80% of the time. 80% of the time of a 75-hour class shakes out to you can only miss 15 hours. Y'all please write that down. You can only miss 15 hours. If you miss more than 15 hours, you are not eligible to take the end of course exam. I will talk more about that end of course exam in just a minute. Please bear with me. So what's the max you can miss? 15 hours. Everybody have that? And the Real Estate Commission not only says it's an 80% attendance requirement, but it's regardless of the reason. I'm not going to say I've heard it all. You get sick, your family gets sick, jury duty, emergency gallbladder surgery, all of that is a reason. And if you have to miss for any reason, then that counts with your 15 hours. Is everybody good with that? If you're 15 minutes late, you'll be deducted 15 minutes. If you leave 30 minutes early, you'll be deducted 30 minutes. And if all that time adds up to 15 hours, You're not eligible for the end of class exam. I pull a Zoom report every day after class. It tells me what time you guys logged in and what time you guys logged out. I got Zoom Big Brother over here. We also periodically do screenshots for attendance to make sure you guys are sitting in front of your cameras. I may also do a, for attendance purposes, tell me in the chat, answer this question in the chat. So we have several different methods to keep you guys here. Guys, if you're here or not better than I do. So please, you can also help me keep up with your time. If you're late, make a note of it. If you miss class, you've missed 4 hours. Everybody good with that? I'm getting ready to talk about breaks. Absolutely, we get breaks. And we will talk about breaks in just 1 second. Thank you. So 15 hours. Everybody have that? If you miss more than 15, you're not eligible. Additionally to logging in and out of Zoom, we also need to see you. If I can't see you, then I can't give you credit. It's pretty much that simple. If I can't see you, I cannot give you credit. Again, I'm not going to stand here and say I've seen it all, because that's certainly not the truth. But while we were in class together, I need you guys to be here. And by here, I don't just mean physically sitting in front of your laptop. I need you guys to make an effort. I need you to make a commitment to attend class in a distraction-free zone. I need you guys to have this time set aside, put all distractions aside. Guys, the biggest challenge we faced with the pandemic when we moved our classes from in-person to Zoom was moving it at home. There are a lot of distractions. Can everybody agree with that? There are a lot. See, I just muted myself. If your TV is on, or if you're sitting in class chit-chatting on the phone, or if you're with your kids or your dogs, or you're folding laundry, or you're doing dishes, what else have I seen in class? Shopping at Walmart. Those things are all considered distractions. And technically, the Real Estate Commission says if you're not doing this activity with the class, then you're distracted and I cannot count you present. So just being in front of your camera is one piece of it. The second piece of it is that you are here distraction free. So I ask that you guys take some time this weekend to secure a distraction free place in your home. You'll need it not just to attend class, but also to study. So I ask that you ask your family to, recognize that you're taking this class and help with the distraction-free zone, if you will. You may, if you find yourself easily distracted, then eliminate some distractions, turn the TV off and close other internet browsers on your laptop and, put a do not disturb sign up on the door, whatever you need to do to make sure that you're here and focused in our time together. As far as I'm concerned, you guys paid good money to be here today. Would you guys agree with that? I think you guys paid good money to be here today. So let me help you get the most big bang out of your buck. Let me help you. And the best thing I can do is to encourage you to be distraction free. Fair enough? Give me these 4 hours. I cannot compete with your home. I can't. I can't. Some of this stuff is not entertaining. And if you got the TV on, I promise you, whatever's on Netflix is more entertaining than what I'm talking about in some cases. Questions or comments? So far, so good. I got 2 big no-nos. 2 big, good. She's still working on hers. Good. 2 big no-nos. Everybody ready? 2 big no-nos. You cannot attend this class while you're driving in your car. I cannot have you operating a vehicle while attending this class. That's a North Carolina general statute. That's not even the Real Estate Commission. That's a North Carolina state law. I also cannot have you guys attending this class via your smartphone. You need to be logging into this class on laptop, desktop, tablet, but not your phone. Guys, your screen is too small to be able to see everything that we're going to do. So I need you guys to connect from a device. If I see you in a moving vehicle, I'm going to remove you from the call. It's for your safety. It's for others on the road safety as well. Once you get to wherever you're going, you're welcome to come back on, but I cannot have you in a moving vehicle. Somebody asked earlier about breaks. We do take a 10-minute break about every hour. So about the top of the hour, we will take a 10-minute break. So that means in our 4 hours together, we get 3 breaks, right? We'll get a break about 10, we'll get a break about 11, we'll get a break about 12. This is the time that you guys can respond to phone calls and text messages and emails and go play with your dog and, you know, do all the things that you really, really want to do during class, fold your laundry, you know, whatever. So use this time. I am, you know, pretty stringent with my 10 minutes. We don't get 11 or 9. We get a 10-minute break. When we come back from break, I do my screenshot for attendance to make sure you're back and that I can give you credit for that hour. So again, how do you be counted present? You're in front of your camera where I can see, and I know a couple of you are working out camera issues on first day, and that's pretty typical. So we can hopefully get that fixed for you. And just as a reminder, as we said, the Real Estate Commission says you can only miss 80%, or you have to be here, excuse me, you have to be here 80%, which means you can only miss 15 hours. And I cannot stress this enough. The time you miss, you don't have to call me and tell me why you're not here. If you're not here, you're not here. It doesn't matter the reason. What questions or comments do I have on attendance, on distraction, on whether or not I can count you present or not?
I have a question.
Yeah, Andrew, yes. See, I saw Andrew's hand first, yes.
I just going off of my experience in classes like this, if, you know, the time comes you have to go, is it acceptable for me to do something like a I'm away reaction, like the little coffee cup here, just to signify that I am either, you know what I'm saying? And whenever
Stepping away to take a phone call or something. Andrew, that's a good
Exactly.
question. Thank you. My preference would be if you need to step away, I get it. Something, life happens, yes. So sometimes you may need to step away for 5 minutes to take a phone call. I get it. My preference would be, Andrew, that you tell me in a chat, Julie, I'm taking a call, turn your camera off, I'm taking a call. And then when you get back with your call, Julie, I'm back. So we're going to use this chat to communicate a lot with me. So thank you, Andrew. If you need to step away, you know, life happens. I get it. So step away, but just communicate with me. And that's really all I ask of you guys, is that you communicate with me. And I think that's quite reasonable. So if you will let me know, I don't have time in the middle of class to stop class and say, Andrew, where are you? You know what I'm saying? There's more of you than there are of me, and we got a lot of material to cover. So I appreciate you communicating with me. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yep. And then I had Lex had a question. Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi.
Hi, good morning. So I know you said to not be in a car while driving. So I do have a question. I haven't made up my mind yet, but I do leave for vacation next Thursday, which is a class day. I was just wanting to see, like, if I'm not driving, can I be in the car with my laptop, or do you not want me driving at
I
all?
will allow an exception if you communicate with me ahead of time. So that, again, just, you know, Julie, I'm going wherever and somebody else is driving, and this one time and one time only,
Right.
I need to be, and you're not on your smartphone, right? So you, as you said, you're on a laptop in the back seat.
Yeah.
I will allow that. Again, all I ask is that you communicate with me and let me know. So thank you again. Thank you for that. Guys, that should be more the exception than the norm. Okay. Somebody asked, what about bathroom breaks? Like I said, we get 10 minutes at the top of the hour. So we'll take a break at 10, we'll take a break at 11, we'll take a break at 12 to ish 10 minutes. There is no opportunity to make up time. Somebody asked if we can make up missed time. And we do not have that option. If you miss time, there's not an option to make up time. If you find yourself missing too much time, just reach out to Lane. She can discuss your options. But for this class that started today, if you go more than 15 hours, you're not eligible for our exam. Did I hear another question? Was that Adam? Or am I here?
You answered it.
Okay, good. Good. So yes, Ashton. You're on mute.
Sorry.
Hey.
I have a question about if we do have like a doctor's appointment, I know at least of one that I'm gonna have, that I'll have to leave the class early. Is there a way, I know you said you recorded the classes, even though we wouldn't get credit for it, to like watch it so that you're not like, I don't feel behind or anything later on?
That is exactly why I record. So in the event that you have to miss a class, or in the event we go over a topic and you leave class and you go, oh my God, what was Julie talking about? You will have the recordings available. So my homework assignment for me this weekend, I'm going to create our very own YouTube channel. Is that kind of cool? So this class is going to have our own YouTube channel, and I record every single class. And after each class, I dump it into our channel. When we come together on Tuesday next week, I will provide you guys with the link to our YouTube channel. I got to create it. I have to have content to create it. So I can't do it until this class is over. Again, so I'll do that this weekend. And then Tuesday, I'll give you the link to our YouTube channel. So as Ashton said, if you need to leave early, if you need to come in late, if you need to miss class, please understand you're not making up time. You're making up lost material, lost content. Everybody good with that? If you want to go back over a topic, you'll have every single word I've ever said. So you'll have that right there and you can go back and review. Thank you.
Thanks.
Every once in a while, I'm a lot better now that we're on Zoom. Gosh, we're coming up on 3 years and since all that happened, right? So every once in a while, I may forget to hit record. I'm a lot better than what I was when I first started. But in the event I start talking and you guys see that I don't hit record, please tell me. I would rather all of you tell me that I'm not recording than y'all just be polite, not say anything, and then we don't have the class recorded. So in the event I start class and I don't record, please let me know. What else about attendance, breaks, distraction-free zones?
Is anybody else's screen freezing or is it just mine?
Are you freezing?
It's froze a couple of times.
How we doing? How's everybody else doing? See, this is what we're talking about with various internet connections.
Yeah. Which everything, all mine's checking on, checking out. That's why I was wondering.
You may want to contact your internet provider and make sure you're receiving the highest, what's the word I want? The highest
Bandwidth.
bandwidth. Thank you. I knew somebody knew. You may want to, check with you all guys also may want to consider, if you're on Wi-Fi, you may want to consider plugging in too. That may give you a stronger connection as well. Okay. Your video, let's see. Yep, your video is on at all times. Of course, when we go to break, you want to turn your video off because we don't want to know what you do or where you go on break. So remember, if you're going to take your laptop and move to another room in the house, where you go, we go. So if you want to go to another room, just make sure you're not going to a private place, such as, for example, the bathroom. And again, when we go on break, you're welcome to turn your camera off. Of course, you want to make sure you turn it back on when we get off. So turn your camera on and off your Zoom bar. You can stop video and start video. Everybody see that? Stop and start video. Okay. All right. So let's talk about, let me think how I want to say this. We're going to spend the next 2 months talking about why we're here. So let's first have a conversation with why we are not here. What this class is not, what we are not going to do. I am not here to teach you guys how to be great, successful real estate agents. I'm not here to tell you how to get a whole bunch of seller and buyer leads. I'm not here to tell you how to properly conduct an open house or how to assemble your open house goodie bag. That's not my job. My job is to provide you with the laws and the rules that build the foundation, build the framework of your real estate career. You guys all got your books, or you've been in contact with Wayne to get a book. If you don't have one, you've been in communication with Wayne. We are going through pretty much this whole book. And if you've gotten your book and you've flipped through it, you've seen there's not a lot in here about what it takes to be a great agent, is it? This isn't what this class is. We are building your foundation. We are building your framework. Once you get your license, which I will talk about in just a second, once you get your license, then you start the in practice. Then you start building the rest of the tools. So this is the fundamentals. This is law, this is rule, and some of this stuff isn't very exciting. However, it is what it is. Some things that we talk about may not apply. For example, we're going to talk about residential sales. We're going to talk about property management. We're going to talk about the different avenues of real estate. If you're going into residential sales, you may think that the whole property management unit is useless to you. And once you get your license, it is. But in order for you to get your license, we got to get you through some things about property management. Does this make sense? So you're not going to use everything you learn in this class in a day-to-day practice. You're just not going to use it. A lot of what we're doing is building that foundation, building that groundwork, so we can help get your career started. So show me by a show of hands, how many of you have ever bought a house, sold a house, rented a house, leased a house? Anybody ever done any kind of real estate activity? Show of hands. How many? And I got you guys on 2 screens, so bear with me so I can see that the majority of us looks like we've had some kind of real estate transaction in our past. With previous experience, any of you with previous experience, I need you guys to take that previous experience and put it off to the side for now. I'm not here to tell you if your agent, your transaction when you bought your house is right or wrong. That's not my job. Your previous experience, I promise you, will not be tested. What will be tested, what you do need to know, is the law and the rule. Sometimes people sit in this class and, well, my agent never did that. Okay, all right. I don't know why. I wasn't there. I wasn't around. I wasn't involved. I fear sometimes that previous experience can cause confusions. So let's all agree now, we got 2 different worlds. We got real estate world, things that happen every day, day to day. And then we got pre-licensing world. And to get you guys through this test, I need you guys in pre-licensing world, not in the real world, not banking on your past experience. Another question for you guys. Where are my HGTV fans? Where are you? Come on. Look at all those hands. I think more of you watch HGTV than what you do. My HGTV fans, turn it off. Turn it off. That stuff is not real. And I, again, can promise you that the stuff that you watch on HGTV is not gonna be tested on. So if you're sitting there watching, they go, oh, well, that agent did that. Great. That's reality TV, you guys. Again, there's the real world. Let's have 3 different categories now. There's the real world, there's HGTV world, and then there's pre-licensing. So what world are we going to live in together for the next couple months? We're going to live in the pre-licensing world. And what is the pre-licensing world? This is this thing right here. This is our focus. Ooh, I didn't mean to throw that down. That book will hurt somebody if y'all aren't careful. So make sure you're not chucking that thing around. I feel like a lot of you sign up for real estate school and you're the little girl on the left and you're dreaming about all the buyers and sellers that you can help, and you're thinking about all the money that you can make and all the houses you're going to show and list. The truth is a lot of times to get your license, you tend to associate more with the little girl on the right. If anybody ever told you that getting your license was easy, They lied to you. This is a lot of work. This is a lot of commitment on your part. You're not just going to be able to attend class and pass these exams. These are tough. And that's why we're together to help you get through it. So please, please continue dreaming. Dream about being an agent and all the great things you're going to do, but you got to keep your focus on getting that license. Y'all got to have goals. And before you can go out and help people buy and sell lots of houses, you got to get your license. You got to take this one step at a time. So I think bottom line, what I'm trying to communicate with you guys is that as a class, we're going to put the pieces together. We're going to put the pieces together for the next couple months. And once you get your license, you're going to have one missing piece. And that missing piece is the in practice. The how do I do an open house? How do I do this? How do I do that? Once you guys get licensed, you'll affiliate with a real estate firm. They'll offer good training, and your training and education will continue after your licensing, and they'll get more into the in practice part of it. What questions or comments do I have about that?
I have a question.
Yes.
So this training makes, at the end of this training and after we do the testing and stuff, we'll become, if we pass, provisional brokers, right?
So when you pass,
Right.
okay, so when you pass, then yes, you will be known as what is a provisional broker. And we will talk more about that. But for right now, let's understand a provisional broker. I think of provisional brokers as brokers, real estate brokers with training wheels. So you're on provisional status, you're on new agent status, and there's further things you have to do to remove your training wheels. And we will talk a little bit more about that in just a second. Yep.
Sorry. So I just was
please.
wondering, like, once we go under, like you said, real estate brokerage, we still be provisional then, right?
Until you remove your training wheels. Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Yep. Well, yep. You will eventually get to remove your training wheels.
Gotcha.
But it requires further education. We will talk about that in just a second. So yeah, to Fifi's point, and you know, circling back, guys, this is just your foundation. This is just the beginning of your training and education. You're not going to leave this class, get a license, and then never have to do anything else. This is just the beginning. You'll get further training when you get into your firms. They're the ones that are going to teach you how to be good agents, not just an agent. We want you guys to be good agents. And it starts with this foundation of understanding the laws and the rules. All right, so I've been babbling on about these tests. So let's talk about these tests. There are 2 tests that stand between you and your real estate license. Everybody with me? There's 2 exams that you have to pass in order for you to get your license. The first is my end of class exam. Our last day of class is November 17th. And the last thing we do together is take a test. I will talk more about this, obviously, as time goes on. You get 4 hours for my exam. It's 112 questions. You got to make it 75%. You get 4 hours. There is math. I will talk about math in just a second. What I need you guys to know right now is for my exam, you guys need to go calculator shopping. And I need you guys to get a basic calculator. This is called a 10-key calculator. 10-key calculator. This thing does not store formulas. It doesn't have memory. It doesn't have storage. Guys, I cannot let you use the calculator on your phone. Why? Sorry, Andrew. Why? Because your phone has Google. So this is any form of bait. You can go to Dollar General, Amazon, whatever. This was like $5.99. So I need you guys this weekend to go calculator shopping. We're going to start math next week. So please go ahead. And if you have any questions before you purchase the calculator, just reach out to me. Send me a picture. Say, Julie, does this work? And I'll say yay or nay. Please ask me now and don't wait till test day if this is a good calculator or not. 10-key calculator is what you're looking for. If you don't pass the exam on the first try and you make at least a 50%. So you don't make the 75, but you at least make a 50%. You are eligible for a retake. Carolina School of Real Estate does offer one free retake, gives you a second chance to try to pass this test. So test one that we have to pass is the end of class exam. This is what we do together on the last day of class. Once you pass my exam, then you go on to take the North Carolina Real Estate Commission's state exam. The state exam is broken down into two sections. There's a national section and a state section. The national section are topics that everybody across the country deals with and practices. The state section is just specific to our great state of North Carolina. North Carolina does things differently than other states. So we need to make sure that we're good on North Carolina licensed law and commission rule. Now, as we go throughout the class, we'll identify what might be a national section or a state section. Everybody good? Everybody with me? 2 tests. How do you get your license? You got to pass 2 tests. Y'all starting to frame your goals. You're not ready to go out there and help buyers buy houses yet. What do you have to do before you can do that? You got to get through these tests. You guys have got to keep that goal in focus to get you through these tests. A couple questions come in. Do I help finding firms, or do you do that on your own? You're going to do that on your own. So you're going to research some firms in the area that you want to work. Maybe start with where you live. Research some firms. We'll talk about this more as we go, of course. I will always encourage you guys to talk to at least 2 or 3 firms so you have something to compare and contrast. Let me go ahead and put this out here early so we can go ahead and start wrapping our brains around some of these things. Every single firm is different. There is no across the board, this is how the firm has to operate. This is how they have to pay you. This is what they have to do. Every single firm is different. So my best advice to you is to talk to a couple different firms. So you can have something, well, this firm does this and that firm does that. And you can find the firm that's the best fit for you. Another question, do we take exam on campus? Our end of class exam will be online. It'll be in Zoom. Again, we'll talk more about that, but we will log on to Zoom. When you go to the state exam, they do their examination through, they're called PSI Testing Center. There are physical locations, PSI Testing Center. There are physical locations scattered all over the state. You do also have the option to take your state exam online. Again, we'll talk more about that. Usually about the halfway point is when we talk about your state exam, submitting your application, that kind of thing. It is way too early to do any of that now. So hang on to that, and we will definitely address that. Yep, it's the last day of class. Thank you, November 17th. Yep, we're getting ready. Thank you, Miss Adams. I don't want to butcher your Cher. Can I call you Cher? We're getting ready to introduce you guys to Learn, Test, Pass. So we will talk about that in just a second. How do I help you get there? I mean, that's my job, you guys. My job, I serve 2 purposes. Give you the information you need to know to pass your exams and help keep you out of trouble with the Real Estate Commission once you do get your license. And how do you stay out of trouble with the Real Estate Commission? You are familiar with the law and the rule. You are familiar with the foundation. Everybody with me? So I'm going to help you get your license. And then once you get your license, I'm going to help you keep your license. That's my job. That's what I do part-time. So what can I do to help you guys achieve those goals to get that license? Well, I suggest using the tools that you've been given, and it starts with, I know that says perfect class attendance, and that might be a bit of a stretch, but my point there is don't miss any more than what you have to. If you don't have to miss class, please be here. And when you're here, again, I don't just mean physically in front of your camera. I mean here, paying attention, taking notes, following along, participating. You have your textbook. We're going to look at your textbook in just a minute. We'll talk more about that. Again, a couple of you mentioned Learn, Test, Pass. We'll look at that in just a second as well. That email you guys got from Lane had instructions on creating your Learn, Test, Pass account. Anybody do that yesterday? Who's followed their Learn, Test, Pass? Good. Good, good, good. If you didn't get a chance to do that this week, yesterday, then your homework this weekend, in addition to going calculator shopping, is to create your Learn Test Pass account. So we'll look at that in just a second. Yes, ma'am.
Yesterday when I tried logging into it, it didn't let me, and I reached out to her. I don't think I read her email, but I wasn't able to reach out back to her. It just wasn't letting me log in every time I did it through Safari and then I did it through Google Chrome.
Chrome's better, yeah.
It wasn't like, it just wasn't loading. It would take me there. And then when I put sign up for free or something like that, like it was just blank. And I tried doing it for like an hour several times and I stopped.
Okay.
And I did it again. I just was having problems with it. I don't know how.
Sure. Why don't you reach out to me and then you and I can try to get you in after class. So
Okay.
just shoot me a text or an email and then you and I will walk through that. It sounds like something specific. So thank you. Because, again, technology is great when it works, right? So we will get you in, absolutely. And again, I'll introduce you guys to Learn Test Pass and I'll point out where in this email I'm talking about for those of you that may not have saw that yesterday. The other thing I encourage you guys to do is to make your own flashcards, outlines, notes. Guys, sometimes just the practice of writing something over and over again, that repetition of writing it over and over again, help things stick. So did anybody ever get in trouble in school and you had to go to the blackboard or the whiteboard, depending on your generation, and write on the blackboard? Like for me, it was always, I will not talk in class. So I had to go up there and write 100 times, I will not talk in class. Some of you, I will not throw spit wads. I mean, whatever your thing was, and you had to write it 100 times, right? They weren't doing, it was punishment, let's face it. But the reason they were doing is they were hoping if you had that repetition, if you had to write, I will not talk in class 100 times, the next time you think you're going to talk in class, you would think twice because your hand might cramp a little bit. That's why they made you do that. That repetition should make it stick. Yes, ma'am. Bradshaw. Is it the Ashley? I can't see real well either.
Yeah, it's the Ashley.
Good morning.
Good morning. So I had a question about the flashcards. I know that y'all sent out a paper that on it said that we could order the flashcards through y'all.
So
those
Lane,
also help with everything too.
So Lane offers supplemental materials. Again, let's start with the tools that you have before you go out and start spending money. Okay, so the company that makes the flashcards that Lane has for sale are the same people that do your tech books. So think of like Trivial Pursuit. It's a box of cards and you can take one out and put it in back. Over purchasing flashcards, I would recommend making your own. And
So,
when I say making your own, yes.
When I was doing on the training course, they have flashcards on there too that,
And I'm not sure what training course.
well, on the I can't think of it
Learn
right
Test
now.
Pass, those
On Learn
virtual
Test Pass,
flashcards.
yeah.
Yep, they have those
So-
virtual cards. Yep.
Okay. So would it be okay for us to just go ahead and like copy those down? Those will help with us too.
So my suggestion, if you're going to make your own flashcards, my suggestion is to make cards on words or topics that you don't feel 100% with. So
Okay.
if you have an idea what this word means, or you have an idea what this topic means, but you're not, confident in it, that would be a good candidate for a flashcard. I'm here to
Okay.
tell you guys, if you think you're going to make a flashcard for every single word in this book, you're going to have flashcards stacked up as tall as you are times 5 by the time I'm done. So if you're going to make your own flashcards, I suggest just keeping it to the ones that you feel that you need help with. And yes, there's flashcard apps online. I can't validate the internet. You guys go to Google and say, help me pass, and I have no idea what kind of results you're going to get. So just use that as kind of a word of caution. Again, you guys, if you want to buy them, if you want to go find an app, you do what you want to do. My suggestion, I think it means more when you make your own. So when you're calculator shopping this weekend, you may also want to consider getting a stack of index cards or something that you can use. So let's see, we got a licensed South Carolina agent. Good, not the flashcards aren't a building block. As the book, it's the it's all the tools that you can use, right? Just studying your book isn't enough to pass. Just studying Learn Test Pass isn't enough to pass. Just doing flashcards isn't enough to pass. Just attending class isn't enough to pass. It's a combination of it all. And one thing, I'm in this boat. How many of us, has it been a minute since you sat in a classroom? Has it been a minute since you took a test? Has it been a minute? So for those of you that are younger, that whatever, Julie, I just graduated last year. Okay, you have an advantage over the rest of us because you are still in the habit of studying. For the rest of us that's been a minute, we got to start forming that habit again. We got to start, and it all starts with a distraction-free zone. We're going to talk about your homework assignments. They're not really homework assignments. They're studying recommendations. We'll talk about those in just a minute, what you guys can do with your time. But again, I think it's utilizing all the tools that you've been given, not just picking one, it's utilizing all the tools. I think one of the best things you guys can do in class is just listen. Just listen. Just listen. My class, we use PowerPoints. I have all of my PowerPoints in Learn Test Pass. So you guys don't have to sit there and feel the need to write down every single word on my PowerPoint. You already have it. We're going to look at a slide. We're going to, talk about the slide. We're going to have a conversation about the slide. And if you're so busy writing, you're not listening. So my suggestion is to try to just listen, jot down, I have questions on this slide, or I need to go back and study the slide. But I provide my PowerPoints to you guys in an attempt for you, so you don't feel that you have to capture every single word. And remember, again, we are recording. So if we go over a topic and you say, oh, I have no idea, you can go back. And the beautiful thing about the recording is on the recording, you can pause me, you can rewind me. You can't do that in person. There's not much to shut me up live. So on the recording, you have the benefit of slowing that down, going back through your own speed. We all learn differently. We all learn differently. And for those of us, it's been a while, you need to early on find what study habits work for you. Maybe that's your other homework assignment for this weekend. So I keep saying homework assignments, and that's not really accurate. Let's call it study recommendations. They say, whoever they are, they say that you should plan on spending 2 to 3 hours outside of class for every hour that we spend together in class. We typically meet for 8 hours a week. Their recommendation is that you spend 16 to 24 hours additionally outside of class. I just gave y'all a part-time job, didn't I? I told you got to be here for 8 hours. I'm telling you got to study for 16 to 24 hours outside. If you want to pass, you got to put your part into it. So you guys are going to have to set some time aside. You're going to have to commit. And one thing that I highly recommend that you do is put your study time in your calendar. Make it an appointment to yourself. You're going to study in the evenings. You're going to study on the weekends. You're going to get up at 2 o'clock in the morning. Whatever works for you, whatever works for you, put that time in your calendar so you know when it's time to study. So you can tell your family, all right, it's study time. Put your do not disturb sign up and commit. You guys have got to commit. So we're spending time outside of class in addition to being together. Again, I just gave you a part-time job. I know. Please remember, I was where you were once myself. So I do know. And your homework for each class. Study suggestion. I always encourage you guys to look ahead at the material that we're going to cover. Now, I'll show you in just a second our tentative schedule so you can see about what we're going to cover next. When we leave on Thursdays, last thing I usually do on Thursday is tell you what to expect the next week so you can be prepared. Some of you tell me a lot of times that with this textbook, you have a hard time reading and comprehending. And hey, I get that. This is not entertaining, right? Some of this stuff is dry. When I say look ahead, I mean, obviously you want to read, but at a minimum, let's all just look at Unit 1 together real quick. Let's look at some things at Unit 1 that, can help us look ahead at the material that we're going to cover. Page 1 in your textbook, you guys see on page 1, there's some key terms. You can use that to know what words are we going to talk about the next class. Look ahead at the words. If you flip over to page 2, those words are bold. Does everybody see that? I also like figures, and actually I don't call them figures, I call them pictures. I like pictures. I think pictures help take the words and put them in something that we can better understand. So you got figure. And you'll also notice throughout your book, there's like on page 3, there's that little section that says in practice. This is your book taking what we've learned and putting it in a in practice situation. Flip ahead to page 12. There's an example. You guys see this? So just taking time and actually looking at the unit before we discuss it in class. Guys, a lot of this material you need to hear and see a couple different times for it to click. So the first time you expose yourself to it is on your own before we talk about it in class. And then we talk about it in class and things are going to start clicking. Because you'll be like, well, I didn't understand it when I read it, but now that Julie's talking about it, things are starting to click. Also in each unit, please flip ahead to page 15. Each unit ends with a key point review. This is kind of the summation of the unit. Use this as a checklist. After class, go through that key point review. Do I know what this means? Do I know what that means? I don't know what that means. Let me go back to the class recording or let me go back to the book and get that information. So use that key point review. I call it your Cliff's Notes, but use that key point review to help you bring it home. And then each unit also has a quiz, for example, on page 17. So in addition to Learn, Test, Pass, there's unit quizzes as well. The answers to the quizzes are in the back of the book. So let's go back to page 861. 861. You guys see the answer key? Do you see the number in parentheses? So like unit 1, number 1, it says C, and then parentheses, it says 2. That number is telling you what page of the book you can find that information. So if you get number 1 wrong and you, for the life of you, cannot figure out why you got number 1 wrong, you can go back to page 2 and find that information. Once you go back to page 2, if you still don't know, before you start banging your head on the desk, that's when you reach out and say, Julie, can you please help me with this question? I am also a big resource for you guys. I am also a big tool for you guys. I've given you my email. I've given you my phone number. I'm just shy of giving you my home address, right? But I encourage you guys to reach out to me with questions. Send me texts, send me emails, screenshots help me out. But let me be a tool for you as well. Let me be a resource to help you guys get through this. Questions or comments so far? We doing good so far? 1 hour in, I hope to see a bunch of thumbs ups. Okay. All right, so it is time for our first break. I still have a little bit more to talk about when we get back before we can get started. When we do have a break, I do set a timer so that way we don't have any confusion about how long a 10-minute break is. At the end of 10 minutes, this alarm will go off and it's really loud and it's really annoying. So that'll help you to know when you need to get back. Like I said, you are welcome to turn your camera off during break, but just please be back in 10 minutes. So let's take 10 and we'll come back and keep going. pretty clear when 10 minutes is up, isn't it? Try to be a little. So now that we're back, we're all going to make sure that our cameras are on. Again, I think most devices, if your camera's on, there's some little light. So look for the light. I'm not pretending like I know all devices though. So your camera is on. So now what happens when we get back from break, I take attendance and I call it a screenshot for attendance. So how do I know to count you here for this hour? Because I take a screenshot. Either you're in front of your camera or you're not. Can I count you here if you're not in front of your camera? What do the rules say? No, I cannot. So we need to be back, cameras on. I do try to make a big deal about taking attendance, so you know if you miss it or not, right? So if you know that you need to, if you do come back late from break, what's the one thing that I ask? Just communicate with me. Tell me in the chat. If you come back 2 minutes late, if you come back 15 minutes late, just tell me in the chat, private chat, Julie, I'm back from break. Is that fair enough? There's what, currently 43 of you and one of me. So help me. Okay. So I'm going to take a screenshot. You may see a little flash on your end. Maybe you will, maybe you won't. But that flash just tells you that I took a screenshot, and I got 2 screens of you guys. So we need to do that twice. Okay, so our homework, I keep saying homework, and that's just not right, is it? Study recommendations. 2 things. Part of your outside of class time, always look ahead at the material that we're going to cover. And then after class, review what we've covered. Vina got her camera working. Hey, Vina, it's good to see you. Good. So then after class, you want to review what we covered. Go back through your notes. Go back through the class. Go back through the book. Make sure if you have any questions, you can focus on that. Go back and watch that recording. I think of the review, what we have covered, as kind of the reflection time. Like, what did I learn today? What did I learn today that I didn't know? What am I not sure of? What do I need to spend time on? We mentioned the quizzes at the end of the unit. So for example, unit 1 quiz is on page 17. You also have quizzes in Learn Test Pass that I promise we are getting there. I'll introduce you to Learn Test Pass in just 1 second. You guys need to start doing these quizzes now. These practice quizzes in your book and Learn Test Pass, because 1, we need to start getting your brain reading these test questions. Some of these questions, as we get into the material, a couple weeks into the material, get long, get tough, get complicated. They like to put distractors in test questions. Do y'all know what a distractor's job is? To distract you. So its whole purpose is to throw you off, right? So having an understanding of the material, knowing the words, knowing the terms, knowing the material will help eliminate those distractors. When we come together on Tuesday, I want to go over a couple questions in unit 1 together to help you guys start practice reading these questions, things to help you learn how to read these test questions. So how many of you have looked through unit 1 before today? Unit 1 before today. Good, good. And of you, how many of you did the quiz at the end of unit 1? Good, good, good. So if you haven't had a chance to do the unit 1 quiz on page 17, please do it this weekend. And then again, when we come back on Tuesday, we'll take just a few minutes and kind of talk about how we can dissect some of these test questions and help you narrow down to the right answer. If I may make another suggestion, when you're doing the quizzes in your book, don't write on the quiz. So in other words, if you think number 1 is C, don't circle C. Take out a separate piece of paper and write your answers for that quiz on a separate piece of paper. That allows you to take the quiz over and over and over again. Because once you mark C, I just gave you all the answers. C, don't say I never give you an answer. I just told you number 1 is C. So there you go. There's your free answer. But if you write it in your book, you'll always know that it's C, and you'll never be able to unsee that. So my suggestion when you're taking these quizzes at the end of the unit is to do them on a separate piece of paper. And when you're reading these test questions, I want you guys to start looking out for what's known as absolute words. Now, these are some examples of some absolute words. Is there any wiggle room to must? Is there any wiggle room to never? Is there an exception to always? This is what we mean by absolute words. And as you guys are starting to study, starting to read these test questions, one thing you can do is look out for some of these absolute words. And they're just that, they are absolute. So again, Unit 1 quiz. We're not going to go through the whole thing on Tuesday. We're just going to pull out a couple questions for the purpose of helping you dissect, learn how to dissect these questions. Just easing you in. So I do have one homework assignment for you guys. The Real Estate Commission requires me to verify that you all have the current book. And I think one fun way to do that, 2 birds with 1 stone, is to text or email me a selfie with you, tell me who you are, and an introduction to yourself. Where are you from? What do you do right now? What drove you to real estate? What made you sign up for this class? Anything about yourself that you'd like to share. I'd like to hear from all of you. Even if I already know you, I would still like you to send me an introduction. If there's anything I can do to help, I'm always available. And for those of you who just went, uh-oh, I didn't write down Julie's name or phone number and email the first time she told me to. Don't worry, I got you covered. This isn't my first time through pre-licensing. I got you. So here's my contact information again. So your homework, so what are we doing this weekend? We're going to go calculator shopping, possibly see about index cards. We're going to make sure our Wi-Fi, we can plug in, we can see, we can hear. What else are we doing? Self text or email, selfie of yourself. Yes, ma'am.
I have a Texas Instrumental calculator from like a while back. Is that fine to use?
That it's got to be basic 10 key. So your TI calculator stores formulas, and I can't let you use a calculator that stores formulas.
Okay.
Even if you don't know how to store them, your calculator does. You with me? So,
All right, I just wanted to make
basic-
sure.
Yep, thank you. So again, and please don't do it now. Wait till after class. If you do it now, I consider that a distraction. Kind of see how this works. So after class, you know, some point between now and next Tuesday, send me your selfie. I will respond to you. If I receive it, I will respond. I may not respond right away, but I will get back to you. There's a lot of questions that you guys have right now, and I get it. This is day 1 of your real estate career, and I get it. You have a lot of questions. And what I encourage you guys, what I need you guys to focus on is asking the right questions. We have a very specific track that we have to stay on. Consider me the conductor of this train. And it is my job to keep us on track, right? Would I be a good conductor if I allow us to derail? If I allow us to fall off the track? Would I be a good conductor? Probably not. So my job is to keep us on track. You may or may not know what that track is. That's not your job. Your job is to learn the track as we go. You may ask me a question. I may say something like, that's a good question. Can we talk about it after class? Or can you call me? Or can we talk about it? Guys, I'm not being mean. I'm not trying to derail you. I'm trying to keep us as a whole on the right track to get to the information you need to know. Anything specific you want to talk about, you want to share your past experience with me, you have my email, you have my phone number. I very much encourage you guys to reach out to me outside of class. If you're not sure that it's on track or not, just reach out to me outside of class. If it's on track, I can bring it to the class the next time we meet. Is this fair? Is this making sense? I think so much time you guys get upset with me because I say we're not going to talk about, Julie went to, what's my job? Give you the information you need to get you through your tests and to help keep you out of trouble once you do have your license. Again, your personal experience is getting us derailed. HGTV is getting us derailed. So let's stay on track together. I cannot stand that channel. Y'all figured that out yet? Drives me nuts. People are like, you're in real estate. Don't you watch that 24/7? No. I was at the gym last night, moved to another elliptical machine because HGTV was like right there. I'm like, no, Family Feud's down here. I'm going to go down here. I'm just saying, it's not real. And all in all, our next couple months together, we guys have got to remember our goals. Keep your goal in mind. What's your first goal? Pass my test. What's your second goal? Pass the state exam. What's your goal after that? That's where you learn how to be a good agent. That's the in practice of it. But before you get there, you got to achieve these smaller goals. Do not put your cart in front of your horse. Okay, keep your dreams alive, but keep those goals in mind to help you get to the dream. So you are officially entering the wonderful world. I know it doesn't say that, but it is in fact a wonderful world of real estate. Every day is an adventure. And I guess my question to you is, are you guys ready? Are we excited? Are we ready to be here? See if that works. Yep. We talked about the Real Estate Commission. We're going to talk more about the Real Estate Commission as we go on in this class. But I think it's really important out the gate for you guys to understand who and what the Real Estate Commission is. So the North Carolina Real Estate Commission is a governing body. They're down in Raleigh, part of our North Carolina legislative governing body. And they have one main purpose. Everything that they do is focused around one main purpose. And that main purpose is to protect the public when they are dealing with the real estate agent in a real estate transaction. The Real Estate Commission's main purpose is not to help you be a good agent. Their main purpose is not to help you make lots and lots of money. Their main purpose is to protect the public when they're dealing with you. Let's think this through. Guys, we are helping people buy and sell homes. Do y'all know some of the price tags that are attached to homes? I mean, think about buyers. We're helping them with presumably one of the biggest purchases they're ever going to make in their entire lives, right? Do we need to have an understanding of the law and rule before they run out and spend $300,000, $400,000, $500,000? Everybody with me? Guys, once you help your buyer buy, there are no takebacks. There are no returns. This isn't like Amazon Prime where they have 30 to 45 days to return it. Once they buy it, it's a done deal. And if you mess up, if you are at fault, do you think they could come after you in a court of law? Yeah, absolutely. Bottom line, put real estate aside for a second. You can sue anybody for anything. And if the courts find, and if the Real Estate Commission finds that you didn't act in the best interest of the public, you will be disciplined. You could possibly be fined. So again, why am I here? I'm here to give you the information that you need to pass this test, these tests, but I'm also here to help you keep it. I call it real estate jail. I don't want you guys to get put in real estate jail by the Real Estate Commission. They regulate your license. They giveth you your license, and you know what? They can taketh it away. And bottom line is, how badly did you harm their public? That's why we're here. The other thing that the Real Estate Commission does, they provide us education. So this class that we're in, this pre-licensing class, is from the Real Estate Commission. Once you are licensed, you have further education. So now you have something called post-licensing. Once you get your license, you have 90 additional hours. Those 90 hours are broken down into 3 30-hour classes. We will talk more about that. Somebody asked earlier about being a provisional broker. So you get your license, you're a provisional broker, which just means you're a broker with training wheels. How do you remove your training wheels? You do the 90-hour post-licensing. So once you complete post-licensing, provisional status is dropped. And then you're just a broker. We'll talk about the different categories, what all that means. The other thing that the Real Estate Commission does, each year that you want to practice, we have to do continuing education. We have to do 8 hours of CE each year. It shakes out to 2 4-hour classes. So every year you want to practice, you know you have CE. The Real Estate Commission only offers us pre-licensing, post-licensing, and CE. Your firm is going to offer training. Your local board of Realtor Association is going to offer training. I encourage you guys, not just as you get started, but throughout your entire career, to take advantage as much training and education opportunities that you can. Things are constantly changing. Things are constantly moving. Laws and rules update. Technology. Y'all heard me say I've been in it for 21 years. The technology we have today in real estate, we did not have 21 years ago. So things are constantly evolving and changing. And it's really important that you understand that once you get your license, you always have, you keep growing. This is never an industry that gets stagnant, if you will. I often joke, I don't think it's that funny, but I often joke that the only thing consistent in this industry is change. So you've got to stay current. You've got to stay up to date on whatever the current information is. Question comes in firms, do you make more commission being a broker versus a provisional broker? And the answer to that is it depends. Every single firm is different. Every single firm offers a different compensation split. Some give more to brokers than PBs. Some, it just depends. So remember we said, you're going to want to talk to a couple different firms so you can compare and contrast. And one thing you want to compare and contrast is your commission split. I will talk all about your commission and that split when we get to Unit 8. So we will get there in a couple weeks. But again, it's up, remember what we said earlier, it's up to the firm, how they want to conduct, and paying you is also up to the firm. Thank you. So what we're going to do now, we're going to get off PowerPoint just for 1 second. And you guys got this email from Lane. I know you did because you're here. So in order for you to be here, you had to get this email. And there's some good stuff in this. Did you guys read this? There's some good stuff in this. So if you haven't, you have another homework assignment this weekend, right? So if you haven't read this email, or you just scrolled ahead, whatever, I just want the Zoom link, you need to go back and read the rest of the material in this email. Lane told me this morning that she's got a few of you that have not completed the registration and signed the contract. So if you have not clicked on these links and followed the prompts and do what Lane asks you to do, you need to do that. She cannot submit you to the commission when you pass this class until you complete your registration and do your contract. So again, she sent me a text this morning and said there's a good amount of you that haven't. So please make sure you do that. Don't make her track you down. Also in this email from Lane, we've mentioned Learn, Test, Pass. I'll go in just a second and introduce you guys to it. But the section on Learn, Test, Pass is right here. It starts with a little tutorial, step-by-step on how to get yourself set up. This is the link that you need. You can use this link to access Learn, Test, Pass every time. I think I already asked this, but how many of you have already created your Learn, Test, Pass account? A good number of you. Good. Again, if you haven't, you got another homework assignment this weekend. It's to get into Learn, Test, Pass. I think the sooner we can get you in and using it, the better tool it is. If you have problems, reach out to Jane Bowser. She's kind of our IT person, or myself. So after class, we absolutely will make it a priority to get you guys in. What else is really important here? Zoom. Lane reminds you that you cannot connect to this class via smartphone, tablet, laptop, or desktop only. As we said, this is the link that you'll use every time we want to access this class. So I suggest that you take this email, create a folder in your inbox and call it pre-licensing or Julie's class or whatever. And that way you know where to find this email every single time. Lane's email, there's good stuff in here, isn't there? Lane's email has an introduction to something called ClassMarker. ClassMarker is the program that we use to give your final exam. So what we have here is a tutorial about how ClassMarker works, what it looks like, so you can take the out of it before test day. So I encourage you guys to watch this tutorial to expose yourself to Learn, Test, Pass. Again, we'll talk more about the test later. but you have a little tutorial here. And then you also have all of our course dates. These are the dates that were on the website when you registered for this class. I suggest you guys take these dates and times and please go ahead and put them on your calendar. You will note we got some dates in October that we go until 2 o'clock. So please make sure you make a note of that. I also got a couple dates, Tuesday, Thursday dates in October that we don't meet. So these are the dates and times that we do. And I highly suggest you guys get it, because what if you miss a class? Is it allowable excuse that you forgot or you didn't know? Is that allowable absence? No. So be here because you know you need to be here. So Lane's email, good stuff. Again, make sure you're completing your registration and contract after class. Please don't do it now. That would be a distraction. So if you haven't done this yet, please do that for Lane. And then this is Learn Test Pass. So once you guys get in, we're in Learn Test Pass every class together. You guys are also using this as a good tool outside of class. I have this little welcome section here. I have our tentative schedule. If you want to know about what we're going to cover and when, I have our class schedule again with class dates. So make sure you have these dates. I ask you guys to look ahead. So this helps you know what we're going to cover. You may note we don't necessarily go in order of the book, do we? Here's 6, 27, and then down here we go 14, 15, 21, 17. We start jumping around all over the place, right? I don't go in order of the textbook. So please don't think you're going to pick the book up from cover to cover. We'll go through it in a different order. I'll talk about what that order is in just a second. Your final exam is the last day of class. It's on November 17th. That retake that I mentioned, if you're eligible, the date for the retake is Monday, November 21st. Again, more information about that. I do suggest you guys penciling this date in. Maybe you'll need it, maybe you won't. I don't know. But please go ahead and get this date on your calendar now in the event that you do. And then also included with this class is a cram course. So here's the date and time for that. It's, well, I hate to say free, it's included. It's included in your registration. This is with a different instructor. What I like about the cram course is sometimes hearing it from somebody else will help things click. So Jane Bowser will do your cram course on November 11th. Again, we'll talk more about this. What I want you guys to do right now is get this date in your calendar. We'll talk more about this as we get closer to November. I do think I really encourage you guys, please go through the schedule and put your dates and times on so we're all on the same page there. Also in Learn Test Pass in the welcome section is the syllabus. This is the tool that the North Carolina Real Estate Commission gives us. The Real Estate Commission says, if you guys know everything in the syllabus, you have what you need for your state exam. The syllabus is the guide to this class. This is what we use. And this is why I don't go in order of the book. I go in order of the syllabus. This class was written with the syllabus in my hand. I provide it here to you guys so you have it as a reference, and I think it is a great reference. But you guys don't have to ask me, am I going to be tested on this? My answer to you is going to be, if it's in the syllabus, it's a good candidate for a test question. So I use this as my guide. This is what we go by, and this is why I don't go in order of the book. I do encourage you guys to, and I'm just going to scroll ahead for 1 second. The syllabus, I understand it can be a little confusing because it's written out and like it's an outline. But I think the more time you spend with it, the more time you spend looking at it, the easier it is to get to follow. So fast forward, you've passed my end of class exam. Now you're ready to go take the state exam and you say, Julie, what do I study? this is exactly where I'm directing you. And I'm going to tell you, if you can go through the syllabus and know what this stuff is, then you're prepared for your state exam. So start learning it and exposing yourself to it now. Not all topics are as important as other topics. Some are more important than others. And the Real Estate Commission has identified topics by different levels. Level 1 is a basic recall, know what the word means. Level 2 is an application, be able to apply it to a situation. And then level 3 is to analyze it. I mean, like dissect it and really dig deep. I will help you guys identify the different levels. You do not need to worry about that from your syllabus. We're getting ready to make my PowerPoints in just a second. And when we do, I'll be able to tell you, is this a level 1? Is this a level 2? Is this a level 3? And a lot of times they build on each other. So level 1 might be to find the word, but then in a later topic, we're going to take it a step further. Level 2 applied, or level 3 analyze it. And I apologize. I just realized my chat wasn't up. So I feel like I've missed a lot. So if you're not sure about the contract, just reach out to Lane. Will the Zoom link be the same each week? Yep, absolutely. So you want to keep this email from Lane, put it in a file, keep this, and you'll click on the same link every single class. Date and time of the cram course. Again, you guys, please get into Learn Test Pass. It's right there for you. Thank you guys for helping me answer. I thought my chat was up, but I wasn't. So the syllabus is our guide. You want to know what we're going to cover in this class? Maybe it's in the book, maybe it's not. What I'm going to cover in this class is what the Real Estate Commission tells me to cover. Because who's the one that gives you your license? It's not Julie, and it's not your textbook. It's the Real Estate Commission. So is everybody good with that? We're going to do what they tell us to do. Okay. Also in the welcome section of Learn Test Pass, it's a lot of information, you guys. You feel like you're drinking from a fire hydrant already? It's a lot. License law and commission rule. Now we're going to refer to this booklet often, especially as we get a little bit further into class. I just point this out now so you guys can start, again, just start looking through it. What does it hurt you this weekend just to kind of scroll through and see the various topics, the various things? Just let's call it a soft introduction to this course, to this material, all focused around the Real Estate Commission's license law and commission rule. I'm not going to ask you to read this whole thing. There is a section I will ask you guys to read. We're a couple weeks away from that, so just bear with me. But I do think you guys can just kind of start scrolling through and get an idea of the various things. One more thing in here in the welcome section. There's a booklet about real estate licensing in North Carolina. This is the booklet that says, I passed Julie's class. Now what do I do? We are going to talk about this when we get about halfway through. How you submit your application, more about your state exam, that kind of thing. But you guys have it available to you now that you can start scrolling through. Have I given you enough to do for this weekend? Just scroll. That's all I'm asking you to do right now is just scroll. Question comes in, would I recommend printing those documents if we have the ability to do so? I leave that up to you. Some of you say you learn better by touching. Some of you are okay with looking at the computer screen. I leave that entirely up to you. Just guys know before you start hitting print, I mean, this is 40 pages, license law and commission rules like 112, syllabus is like 119. We're up to like over half of a ream of paper at this point. So just, be aware of that. But if you learn better by actually physically touching something, then you have the ability to print it, absolutely. Questions on the welcome section. A lot of good information here. As we go on, we're going to move further and further away from the welcome section. And I can't come back every class and remind you that it's here. That's a great question, Cher. Thank you. This booklet that you're looking at, the law and rule, is also Appendix A of your textbook. However, don't go back there. However, what is in your book is out of date. What I have in Learn Test Pass, they just updated in July. So the current, You can look at your book, Appendix A, but something's out of date. And what is out of date? I don't know. I've never sat down and done a side-by-side comparison. So I do suggest that you guys come here, learn, test, pass, and focus on the current. And the most current issue is July of 2022. Thank you for that. Other questions about our welcome section? Again, as we just said, if you are better to print out, if you like to touch stuff, paper, then absolutely, it's available here to print out. You know, you guys made that decision. We all learn differently. So if you find that you're having a hard time looking at it on your computer screen, then you may want to consider printing it out. Okay. So once we get through the welcome, we can see we have the different units from your book. Again, these go in order of the syllabus. So we're going to start at the top and just work our way down to the bottom. This is how we go through this class. We start at the top, we work our way down the bottom. Each unit has various materials, some more than others. Didn't we just say some content is more important than others? So what's important content? Well, just look at Learn, Test, Pass. You know, Unit 1, I only have 2 things in there. Unit 7, I got a whole slew of things, right? So which one is more important, Unit 7 or Unit 1? Well, Unit 7, right? So you can kind of use that, but within each section, somebody mentioned the virtual flashcards earlier. So each section has like a pretest, and you can kind of, you know, what is the difference? And then you can turn it and see the answer. So this is one way to help you guys get this information. There's not Unit 1, but some units have like additional quizzes that can help you, you know, you read. I just select a random and I happen to get it right by luck. But not only does it tell you if the answer is right or wrong, but it gives you an explanation. This is called Learn, Test, Pass. So what's its job? Help you learn so you can test and pass. As the name implies, that's our goal. We want you to learn, test, pass. So you can use these quizzes and Learn, Test, Pass, these interactive quizzes, to help you better understand why a question is right or wrong. Again, each content has more, unit may have more or less than the other. And as I mentioned earlier, the other thing I always have in Learn, Test, Pass are all my PowerPoints. So you don't have to write down every word. I got all my words here for you. I do think it helps. I think it's more beneficial for you to listen than, oh, what's that word on the screen? I got to make sure I get it or else I'm never going to see it again. PowerPoints are here. We are recording. My best advice for you guys in class is just to listen and make notes about what you're not sure of, what you want to go back and review, what you want to go back and check it out. You can print out my PowerPoints. Again, you guys, now we're up to over a ream of paper. So just please consider all that before you hit print. I don't think it'd be wise to print my PowerPoints out, as they're just here for a guide. But again, you guys have got to find your way. And the earlier on you can find your way, the better off we're going to be. The first 2 weeks are kind of fluff. The introduction. After that, we start getting in it. So let's find our way before we get in it. Fair enough? Get yourself acclimated, relearn how to study, relearn how to do away with distractions. Questions? While you guys are thinking of questions, I need to stop sharing just for 1 second. So, you know, I can go back and see your peers again. You guys can say, hey to everybody. Wave at everybody, hi. I'm pulling up my next PowerPoint. Just a couple more things in your book that I want to point out. Let's go back to the back again. Let's look, please, together on page 831. 831. You guys are coming into an industry with its own language. and its own vocabulary. And there's going to be a lot of words as you're studying and as we're in class. I'll define our words in class, but there's going to be words you don't know. How do you learn those words? You got to look them up. You got to look them up. So you have a glossary, help you know what those words are. Fast forward again to page 879. There's an index. You want to know everything this book talks about? I just picking something random about appraisal. That tells you all the page numbers you can find about the appraisals. Is this making sense? Guys, if you don't know something, how do you learn it? The best way to learn it is to look it up, help it stick. So use these tools, help you utilize your glossary, your index, the units. Let's also look page 773. 773. How many of you earlier when I mentioned math, you thought I just said a 4-letter word that I shouldn't be allowed to say out loud in front of a group of soon to be professional real estate agents? Anybody just cringe a little bit when I say math? It's okay. You can admit it. I get it. A lot of the times we hear math and the first thing we want to do is put our wall up and say, I can't do it. Well, maybe you can, maybe you can't. I don't know. If you come into this with the mentality of I can't do it, then you're probably right. If you are willing to let your wall down, give me a chance, pick up your calculator, maybe, just maybe, we can get you some of this math. This is what I need you guys to understand on day one. This is not a math test. This is a real estate licensing exam. On my test, there's only 10 math questions. The math alone can't fail you. We will go through the math in class, but the way for you guys to get the math is to practice outside of class. If math isn't your thing, just focus on some of the math. If math is your thing, use it to help you. But I don't want anybody to ever fret about the math, because again, this isn't a math test, you guys. This is a real estate licensing. Everybody good? Does that make you feel a little bit better? There is math on your test. This isn't a math test. Please don't cry. We are actually going to start a little introduction to math. We'll do math on Tuesday just to introduce you to some topics. And then probably next Thursday, we're going to get into our first math. So if you want to look ahead, our first math is at the end of Unit 3. I encourage you to look ahead. That's what we're going to cover tomorrow. Not tomorrow, next week. Why did I say tomorrow? That's what we're going to cover. That's what we'll get into next week. But if math isn't your thing, I suggest that you just flip through starting on page 773. Reintroduce yourself to the idea of fractions and decimal points and percentages and that kind of thing to get you ready for next week. Again, you guys, your book is a plethora of information. It's a great tool and a great resource, and I hope you will devour it. I've had a couple students in the past, one just my last class, she was in this book so much she broke her spine. She had sections of pages falling out. You know, I said, now that's a well-loved textbook right there. She like dove into this thing and really just embraced everything it was. Be more gentle. We don't want you to have to track around pages or anything, but man, she was in it. Let's see. What content will help us most with my exam? Again, you guys, it's a combination of it all. It is being here while we're in class. It's, going through your textbook. It's going through Learn, Test, Pass. I'm a very firm believer that the many different ways that you can expose yourself to this material, the better you can wrap your brain around it. So use the tools that we've been given, use the resources we've been given. If you want additional resources, guys, before you whip out your wallet, please call Lane or I and see if, one, we're familiar with it, but two, if we recommend it or maybe we have something better. But please don't spend money until you've utilized what we've already provided you. I'm trying to save your wallet a little bit. Fair enough? So We are so close to starting Unit 1. Are we ready? Before we do that, just two more things. Remember when we looked at the syllabus a few minutes ago and we introduced you to level 1 topic, level 2 topic, and level 3 topic? Level 1, 2, and 3 is what the Real Estate Commission calls it. I have taken the topics. Every single one of my PowerPoints will have a colored star on it. So if I have a PowerPoint with a green star on it, I'm saying that the Real Estate Commission says this is a level 1 topic. If my PowerPoint has a yellow star, I'm telling you that the Real Estate Commission says this is a level 2 topic. And then the red star on my PowerPoints is a level 3 topic. While you're calculator shopping this weekend and index card shopping, and you guys, Amazon's cart's filling up, isn't it? Another thing that you may want to consider purchasing are highlighters. Get you a pack of highlighters, green, yellow, and orange or pink. I don't have a red highlighter that I know of, but get you a pack of highlighters with green, yellow, and red. And what my PowerPoints do is direct you to where in the book that information is. I give you page numbers on my PowerPoint, so I take that guesswork out of you. We'll point those out in just a second. But if you have highlighters, again, we're not trying to write down every single word. So you have highlighters, you can say, well, this is level 1. Let me highlight with a green highlighter. And then you know how much time to focus on for that content. So every single PowerPoint tells you what level it is for the Real Estate Commission. The Real Estate Commission has identified problem topics. These are areas that students across the state, licensed candidates across the state, struggle with. I identify those in my PowerPoints as well. So if I have something pointed, if I'm pointing to something, calling it a problem topic, I hope you take that to mean that maybe you need to spend a few extra minutes on it. Maybe you think you know it, but maybe not enough. So spend some extra time on it. I try to help you again by identifying those. And then for our state specific stuff, I use our great state flag. So if it's something specific just to North Carolina, it wouldn't be a national topic. It would be a state specific topic. Identify those by using our state flag. What questions do I have? Comments, concerns? I do know this. This class is a system. And if you follow the system, the pieces will come together. You just got to trust the system. I know a lot of you just met me and you're still sitting there trying to figure out if you can trust me or not. I get it. I get it. But I'm asking you guys to take a leap of faith and hear me today when I say this stuff is hard. This is a lot of information. Your exams are tough. And those students that get through this are the ones that start today. Please don't wait until the weekend before your test and say, all right, time to study. Please start today. When we leave class today, you'll have material to review. When we leave class today, I'll tell you what we're going to cover next week so you can look ahead. If you're never sure what to study or what to do or what not to do, I'm your conductor. Remember, let me help guide you. Let me help keep you on track. Is the math considered a problem topic? I guess that depends on who you're talking to. Some people just went woohoo and other people went ooh. So it really just depends, right? But we'll give you some tools. We'll try to work through the math together, give you some tools. Again, we're limited to the math that we do in class together. We pretty much do one practice problem and then we move on. Guys, it doesn't matter how many practice problems we do together. If we did 10 together, it still doesn't mean anything unless you go out and try it on your own. So the way you're going to get the math is to practice, practice, practice. And I got plenty of practice resources for you guys as well. Again, if your wall is up right now, if you're sitting there saying, I can't do math, then you're probably right. I can't do anything about that wall. But if you're willing to give us a chance, you never know, you might surprise yourself. You just got to break that wall down. Anything else? I know we're a little early, a few minutes early, but I do want to go ahead and take a break because I actually have nothing else to say except getting into unit 1. So let's go ahead and take our break. And when we come back, we are officially getting started. So let's take 10. All right. Are we back? By the way, I know a couple of you are just joining us. You might, for whatever reason, Elaine said that some of you are having some technical difficulties. So if you didn't join us right at 9, I know that I'm recording and I'll provide the, we're going to create our very own YouTube channel, and I'll provide the link for the YouTube channel when we get together next Tuesday. So over the weekend, I'll put this class in it, today's class in it, and then you guys will have the link. If you just can't wait until Tuesday, if you need it now, just shoot me an email or send me a text. And once the channel is created, I'm happy to respond to that link or with the link. But for everybody, I will provide that in the chat next week so you guys can have it. So if for some reason you weren't here for the first couple hours, or you missed some of the first couple hours, I think the class expectations are very important, so we're all on the same page. So just reach out to me and ask me for the link, and I'm happy to respond. Okay. We all back? Cameras are on, and I can see you. It's 2-part, right? Not only is your camera on, but I have to be able to see you too. So I am going to take our screenshot for attendance. Everybody say cheese. Actually, you know what you could do? Y'all could say money. I've heard once that it's impossible to say money without smiling. So you go money, and this big smile comes up on your face. It's amazing how that happens. And what do we like? Money and cheese. So, you know, it really does make sense, right? All right. So let's take our screenshots. Some cameras aren't on, just FYI. I know one of you said you'd be right back. Again, if you're having camera problems, Jane's she's our IT person. So anything IT, I just kind of send you guys to her and she can help. But please do work with getting those issues resolved for the next class. I do approach the first class with some leeway because I understand that you guys are just now learning these expectations. But I need you guys to make an effort. If you're having camera or computer issues, I need you to make an effort to have this resolved before class next week. So, Unit 1. Unit 1 is our basic introduction. And this is what I have to say about Unit 1. You are not going to have a test question from Unit 1. Unit 1, we're just introducing you to several different things. A lot of the stuff that I'm introducing you to in Unit 1, we are going to expand on in further future units. So let's go into Unit 1. Just everything's green star. Everything's relaxed. I like Unit 1 as kind of a introduction to how we're going to proceed. So, you know, kind of have an idea how the rest of the class is going to be. Fair enough. We are not going to stress out about Unit 1. That's the point I'm trying to make. Okay. And if you're just now coming back from break, I have taken attendance. So please send me a private chat and tell me that you're back so I can make sure that I count you here. Thank you. So Unit 1, page 1. And our learning objectives in Unit 1, again, is a basic introduction, but we're going to distinguish between some words. We're going to talk about what land is, what's real estate, what's real property, and what's personal property. Real and personal property, we are going to introduce further in depth in Unit 2. So those are topics that we will see again. We're going to talk about some characteristics of real property, some things that define real property. We're going to talk about something called the highest and best use. And then we're going to talk about the pluses and minuses for buying real estate. What is real estate investment? What is the good and the bad of that? And then lastly, in this unit, we're going to kind of introduce you to explain operation of supply and demand and what that means in real estate. We don't sit around in real estate talk about supply and demand. What we do is talk about buyers markets and sellers markets. And that helps us understand supply and demand. So there's a little economics 101, if you will. So our very first slide, you will note at the top right, you see that green star? That tells you that this is a level 1 topic. You see at the bottom right, you see the 2? That's what page we are on in the book. So every single slide that we talk about has a color star in the upper right. And then it has a page number in the bottom right, again, helping you. The material in the PowerPoint isn't enough. So let the PowerPoint help you to where you need to go in the book. Does this make sense? So where are we in the book? We're on page 2. So the first thing we're going to do is distinguish between real property and personal property. Real property is considered land and everything that's permanently attached to it. Trees, ponds, lakes, houses, structures, fences. Personal property is defined as everything that's not real property. The distinguishing characteristic of personal property is, can you pick it up and move it? Anything that's, again, we're going to talk more about real property and personal property when we get into Unit 2. But let me ask you guys a question. Some of you may have talked to real estate agents. Some of you may know somebody that's currently in practice. Some of you may have had conversations. And there's a common myth out there on the streets. And the myth is that nothing you learn in pre-licensing you will use in your career. Have you guys heard this yet? Good. Don't let, if you have, I'm getting ready to debunk that. But if you haven't, then don't let that sway you. Remember I said earlier, you're not going to use everything that you learn, but there are some things. So now that we know the myth, nothing you learn in pre-licensing is going to help you in your career. Let me ask you guys this. If you are helping a buyer buy a house, do you think it's important for them to know what is going to stay, what's going to be included in the purchase versus what the seller is going to take with them when they move out? Do you think that's important to know? Buyers like to point at stuff. When I buy this house, do I get this? Do I get that? Does that come with it? And one way we can help buyers identify what should or should not convey, what should or should not be transferred from the seller to the buyer when we go to closing, is whether or not it's real property and personal property. Generally speaking, real property is going to stay. Personal property is going to go. I need you guys to understand this very early. Y'all go ahead and write this down. Anything is negotiable. The buyer and the seller can agree to what? Anything. So can they negotiate what stays and what goes? Absolutely. Absolutely. But we have these definitions to help us identify to our buyers what typically stays and what typically goes. So real property is permanently attached. Personal property, you can pick it up and move it. We're going to get more in depth in real property and personal property in Unit 2. Also on page 2, we're going to distinguish between land, real estate, and real property. Now, the truth is in practice, we tend to use all three of these interchangeably, but they do have a very distinction. They do have a distinction. So first off, let's talk about what land is. Land is considered the surface and everything attached by nature. Land also includes everything above it to infinity and everything below it to the center of the earth. So land is the surface and everything attached by nature. It is all the air above it, and it is everything below it. We're going to talk about air rights, subsurface rights. We'll discuss that in Unit 2 as well. When you take land and you add a man-made structure, now you have real estate. So you took land and you plopped a house on it. Now you have real estate. What else does man make? Plumbing, electrical. Your homes are plumbed and wired, right? You have electricity, that's man-made, that doesn't come by nature. Fences, any building, commercial building, residential building. Once man touches it and adds a physical improvement, now you have real estate. And when you take real estate and add the idea of the rights of ownership, property owners have certain rights, and their rights are referred to as their legal bundle of rights that we will talk about in Unit 2. Once you take real estate and you add the idea of rights of ownership, Now you're dealing with real property. Again, we tend to use them all interchangeably, but just to have this idea, this knowledge, that technically we're looking at a couple different things here. With real property, there's certain characteristics. There's some physical characteristics of real property. One of those physical characteristics is immobility. Land doesn't move, does it? Land is where it is. It's immobile. When I think of immobility, I tend to think of Google Maps. If you put an address in Google Maps, doesn't it give you that little red flag and it says it is here? And every time you put that address in, it's still here, right? It doesn't change. It doesn't move. That's immobility. Land does not change. Land does not move. Land is also indestructible. Buildings come and go, but the land remains. Structures come and go. You build it, 50 years later, you tear it down to build something else. Structures come and go, but the land remains. The land is indestructible. Real property is also unique. No two houses are exactly the same. No two tracts of land, parcels of land are exactly the same. The characteristics of this piece of land is different than the characteristics of that piece of land. Every single parcel is unique. Over on page 5, we talk about the economic characteristics of real property. We can remember these if you like little mnemonics, memory tricks to help you remember things. You can remember SLIP. Land or real property is scarce. We only have so much land to go around, don't we? We can't make more land. We have what we have. Land is scarce, and we have to utilize what we have available. This idea of scarcity, you may or may not have heard, but waterfront property tends to be more expensive because there's only so much land you can get on that body of water. So if you're going around a lake or up and down the East Coast, there's only so much land you can build on. That makes land scarce. I know you guys know this. What are the 3 most important things about real estate? Have y'all ever heard this before? What are the 3 most important things about real estate?
Location, location, location.
There it is. Location, location, location. Location, it affects the value of the property. We're going to talk about value, the appraiser's piece of it in this class. If you were to pick a house up and move it from one town to the other, or if you were to pick a house up and move it to the other side of the same town, you quite possibly have changed the value, not because you changed the structure, but because you changed the location. So where it's located absolutely affects the real property. Question comes in page 4, characteristics of real estate. Again, we can use them interchangeably. So real estate, real property, land. Yep, we're all saying the same thing. Thank you. Real property or real estate or land has improvements. Again, once man comes in and touches it, you could take raw land, just land. Anything there is attached by nature. And as soon as you wire it for electricity and plumb it for plumbing and add your fiber optics for your internet, you've made an improvement. The house is an improvement on the land, the fence, the shed, all that is an improvement on the land. And then permanence of investment. The improvements on the land are considered long-term. When you plumb a land for plumbing, it's expected that it's going to be plumbed for a long time. Houses are meant to last for a long time. So we hope the intent is that it's permanent. Again, you build a house, you tear it down, you're still wired, you still have electricity, you still have plumbing, right? That didn't go away. You just tore down the structure. basic understanding of just the general use of land, there's something called the highest and best use. Now, we're going to talk about this more in Unit 17. Unit 17 is dedicated to the appraisers. One thing you guys will learn in this class is that we get to wear different hats. We don't just get to wear a real estate hat. We need to have a basic understanding of the whole process of buying and selling a home. So we're going to put our appraiser's hat on in Unit 17. So we will see this idea of highest and best use again. And this is a tool that the appraiser uses to determine just that. What is the best use of this land? What is its most profitable use? One thing that I think is helpful to understand is that the highest and best use can and does change. But land can only have one highest and best use at a time. Think about, where's my Winston-Salem people? For my Winston-Salem people, think about Thruway Shopping Center. If you're not from Winston or you don't know Thruway, think about your favorite retail shopping center. I don't know this for sure. I'm just kind of speculating here. But let's just say, would it surprise you if I told you that once upon a time ago, maybe that land that Thruway Shopping Center is on was a cornfield? Would that surprise you to learn that? Maybe once upon a time ago, that was a huge field and people planted corn. At that time, that was its highest and best use. But then the infrastructure started changing. Stratford Road widened. They incorporated Business 40 or 421 or Salem Parkway. As the infrastructure changed, as the city changed, then that highest and best use changed. And today, the highest and best use is retail, have commercial. That's what makes the land most profitable. Now, if I were to buy Thruway Shopping Center, could I tear it down, plow it out, and plant corn? Could I? Sure, it's my land. I can do what I want to on it, right? But I wouldn't be maximizing its highest and best use. That highest and best use today is retail. Maybe once upon a time ago, it was corn. What's it going to be down the road? Oh, well, but it very well may change again. Again, Unit 17 for highest and best use. In Unit 6, we're going to talk about land use controls. Now, we break them down into public and private. You may know this better as zoning. Zoning is a public control. As a homeowner, you can pretty much do whatever you want to with your land as long as you're within the confines of the law. And zoning regulates how you can use your land. We'll talk about zoning in Unit 6. I'm getting some questions on Unit 6, so bear with me. We're going to talk about zoning in Unit 6. You're welcome to look ahead. Then we have private controls. If you're in an HOA, for example, HOAs are homeowners associations. So you're in a homeowners association, you may have covenants that restrict how the homeowners and that HOA use their land. So again, as a homeowner, I can do whatever I want to, as long as I'm in the confines of the law. I can't violate zoning. If I choose to live in an HOA, I can't violate restrictive covenants. So we'll see land use controls in Unit 6. Real estate is an investment. Real estate is an investment. And there's good and bad. There's advantages and disadvantages. Some advantages of real estate, there's a good rate of return. Generally speaking, not always, but generally speaking, thank you. Generally speaking, land appreciates. Land grows in value. There's exceptions, I'm aware of that. We're just talking generally. But generally, if you hang on to property long enough, if you hang on to your investment long enough, it will return. It will have a good rate of return. You can make money on your investment. Values tend to keep pace with inflation. So when inflation goes up, so does the value of your real estate investment. As a property owner, you may be able to take advantage of some tax deductions. I have a unit, Chapter 18 is dedicated to the accountant. We get to wear our accountant hat. So we'll talk just a little bit more about that. Some disadvantages. Real estate is not liquid. Who can tell me what I mean by that? What does that mean? Real estate is not liquid.
That means you can't immediately take out the cash from it.
That's exactly right, Nicolette. Thank you. What I mean by this, if I need cash today, I'm not going to be able to get it from the sale of my home. If I need cash, I got to put my house on the market, get a buyer to make an offer, go under contract, close in 45, 60 days. Everybody with me? If I need cash today, I cannot quickly convert my property to cash. What is a liquid asset? Stocks, bonds. If I need cash today, I need to call my stockbroker, say cash me out. So real estate is not liquid. I can't quickly convert it to cash. Real estate can get expensive, especially when you got to throw in accountants and attorneys. Sometimes the best advice, some things, the best suggestion that we can do is tell our clients to seek legal and tax counsel. One thing that we are going to learn in this class, and I'm going to drive home, hopefully. Guys, we are not in law school. We're not here to get a law degree. We are not attorneys. Can I give legal advice in a real estate transaction? I need every single one of you shake your head no. Can you give real estate or legal advice in a real estate transaction? Everybody's shaking their head no. Why? Because we are not attorneys. A lot of this class is teaching you guys just enough to be dangerous. But what we're also teaching you is how to stay in your lane. I am not an attorney. I am not an accountant. I'm not a home inspector. I'm not a mortgage lender. I'm not an appraiser. What else? I'm not a surveyor. All these roles that we're going to introduce you guys to in this class, I'm just a real estate agent. So when your buyer looks at you and says, legally, what should I do? Our answer is call your attorney. That can get costly, and that's absolutely a disadvantage of real estate. Also, a disadvantage is it takes work and time and money to grow your investment. You can't buy a house, not touch it for 20 years, and then expect to sell it for a profit. At some point, it needs a new roof. At some point, it needs a new coat of paint, carpet, exterior siding, right? At some point, these properties need maintenance. And in order for you to grow your investment, you often have to invest time and money. And then with real estate, there can be a good degree of risk. Some markets are better for sellers. Some markets are better for buyers. One thing I know about real estate is it is in fact a market, and that market is constantly fluctuating, constantly changing. When it comes to the real estate market, I tend to think of a pendulum. Doesn't a pendulum kind of go back and forth and back and forth? So at one end of the pendulum, you have a buyer's market. At the other end of the pendulum, you have a seller's market. And the real estate market pendulum is constantly swinging back and forth. Right now, we're currently in a seller's market. A year ago, we were big time in a seller's market. But we're seeing that pendulum come back down. Eventually, we're going to be in a buyer's market. When? I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball, but I know real estate is constantly. So does your degree of risk. If you buy in a buyer's market, you want to try to sell in a seller's market, right? So you can get the most return. If you have to sell in a buyer's market, you have risk of not getting that return. Over on page 8, we just briefly kind of introduce you to the scope of the business. The brokerage scope of it is why we're here. This is what we're doing, is to have you guys engaged in brokerage. We'll talk about this word. Another big piece of it is the appraiser. That's unit 17. We will talk about the appraiser. Property management, not all real estate is sales. The real estate agent can be hired to manage the property on behalf of the owner. Unit 12 is all dedicated to the property management. So we'll talk manager. So we'll talk more about that. Financing. Most of us don't have a mattress stuffed full of cash, do we? Don't we wish? If you have a mattress stuffed full of cash, I say good for you. If you're like me, you don't. So in order to buy a house, I got to get financing, don't I? I got to go out and I got to borrow money. I got to go to a lender. So the lender is a big part of this as well. Our financing units are units 14 and 15. So we get to wear the hat of a mortgage lender in this class. Property development, developing property, developing land. Are you developing it for housing? Are you developing it for retail, for commercial? Builders, for example. Counseling, we're offering advice. I think it's really important that we understand up front. I can offer advice, but if I'm offering advice, they need to be factual. It's not on my opinion. As real estate agents, we are fact finders. My job is to provide my clients with the facts so they can make an informed decision. I'm not the one buying this house. I'm not the one selling this house. I'm assisting them in that transaction. So if they say, what's your advice? My opinion doesn't matter. I'm providing them factual advice. I'm helping them get the information so they can make what's the best informed decision for them. Education in real estate, that's why we're here, starting with pre-licensing. We mentioned post-licensing and continuing education. As we said, this is just the beginning, the foundation. Your education will and does continue for your career as long as you want to practice real estate. And then other areas, we have various professional organizations. Oh, there we go, professional organizations. So other areas, let's just think of like zoning boards, for example. Don't worry about that. Professional organizations, though. Have you guys ever heard of the National Association of Realtors? Have you heard of Realtor? All right, lesson 1. It's not realtor, it's Realtor. R-E-A-L-T-O-R. There's no A in there. So Realtor. And in order for you to call yourself a Realtor, you need to join the professional organization, the National Association of Realtors. Now, you can't do this until you get a license and affiliate with a firm. So let's call that a long-term goal. Everybody out with me? Got to get your license before you can join. Once you get your license, it doesn't automatically make you a Realtor. Again, you have to join the National Association of Realtors. So give me 1 second. Let me make sure I say this right. All Realtors are brokers. Not all brokers are Realtors. You get your license, you're a broker. You want to become a Realtor, you have to take it a step further and join the National Association of Realtors. Again, your firm will help you. This is part of our missing piece. Your firm will help you with that. There's membership dues, there's new agent dues, there's all that. We don't get into that in this class. And honestly, I don't know. I don't know new agent dues. So put that on as a back burner thing for now. And just know that professional organizations help us with our career. They help us better our career. They're going to offer additional training, additional education. The public recognizes the Realtor logo. So there's absolutely some benefits. Over on page 11, we talk about the different uses of real property. If we're referring to residential, we're referring to housing, to the dwelling. Space that is meant for occupancy, space that is meant for somebody to live in. Commercial is your business. It could be office, it could be retail. Industrial is your warehouses, your factories. Agricultural is your farmland. And then special use is like everything else. So churches, schools, libraries, hospitals. When you get your license, your North Carolina real estate license allows you to do any brokerage activity as long as the property is located in the state of North Carolina. So you get your license, you can help somebody buy a house in Boone, you can help somebody sell a residential, commercial, or commercial property down in Wilmington. Everybody with me? As long as the property is located in the state of North Carolina, you now have a license to assist with residential, commercial, industrial, agriculture, anywhere. Every agent I've ever met in my entire life focuses on one specialty. What is it? You want to do residential in Winston-Salem, for example, you want to do commercial in Raleigh. You guys with me? So while you can practice anything everywhere in the state of North Carolina, the suggestion is that you just focus on a certain area. Not try to tackle on the whole state. We'll talk a little bit more about that in Unit 6 as well. In other words, you guys, you don't need a separate license to do residential. You don't need a separate license to do sales or property management. It's an all-inclusive license. It's up to you, though, to figure out what area or areas or what types of property you want to specialize in. And again, we'll talk more about that. Last little piece of Unit 1 is just introducing us again, this idea of supply and demand. If you ever get the chance to sit around and talk to a bunch of real estate agents, we don't talk about supply and demand. This is not what we discuss. As I mentioned earlier, what we talk about is a buyer's market and a seller's market. Question comes in, is coastal different? That's a great question. If the coastal property is located in North Carolina, you can help, yes. But you're going to have other laws and rules down at the coast that you need to be aware of, like water rights and, dredge things and, dune protection, right? There are things that are separate for each piece. But if the property is located in North Carolina, can you do it? Absolutely. We just need to get you some further education so you can specialize in coastal properties. Does that make sense? Okay. So supply and demand. All right, y'all want your economics lesson? This is Economics 101. What does economics teach us? When demand goes up, supply goes down. When supply goes up, what happens to demand? It goes down. So supply and demand, this is our pendulum, and they're constantly swinging back and forth. Again, in real estate, we refer to it as a seller's market and a buyer's market. What distinguishes a seller's market is we have very high demand and low supply. If you've been familiar with the real estate market for the last couple of years, this has been our problem. I don't have enough inventory for the buyers that want to buy. That's what makes it a seller's market. Demand is very high, supply is low. When that pendulum swings back somewhere in the future, and we're back in a buyer's market, now supply is really high and demand is low. There's various factors, obviously, that affect supply and demand. Again, the market we're in right now, low inventory. And last year, people were originating mortgage loans at historically low interest rates. Did you know last year you could buy a house and get an interest rate at like 2 point something, 3 point something? So just that very act was creating the demand. It had a bunch of buyers out there wanting to buy, but guess what? I didn't have enough product for them to buy. We didn't have enough product to sell. That's why we were in such a strong seller's market. We still are. I'm not trying to deny that we are, but we're starting to see signs just within the last couple months. We're seeing signs that that pendulum is finally starting to come down. Still in a seller's market, just not as strong. Last year it was crazy. So various things that affect supply and demand. One thing that can affect supply is your labor force and construction costs. I don't care what industry you're in, you're probably dealing with shortage of supply and shortage with labor, shortage of staff right now, aren't you? Have you been to a restaurant lately and there's a sign on the door that says we're short staffed, please be patient? This is absolutely a nationwide thing. Shortage of labor, shortage of supplies, construction supplies, that affects the supply. You can't build a house if you don't have supplies, if you don't have lumber, right? So that's absolutely affected. Government controls, taxes, can affect the supply. We're going to talk about property taxes in Unit 3. Just inflation, just natural inflation of the economy will affect supply. Things that affect demand are the population. Some areas are experiencing rapid increase in population. People are flocking to live there. Other areas may be experiencing the opposite. You may have people moving away. Maybe there's not enough jobs to support everybody. You got to go where the money is. So population affects demand. Demographics, again, are constantly adjusting, constantly changing. When we talk about demographics, think about, how do I want to say this? Think about what's under the roof. You know, adult kids are moving back home with mom and dad. Mom and dad are moving in with adult kids. So we're seeing shifts where we have multiple families under the same roof. That's affecting our demand. In general, we're living a lot longer than what we used to, aren't we? If you look back, 50 years ago, we weren't living this long. Now we're living longer. So that affects our demographics. That affects our demands. And then employment and wage levels. What do you think happens to an area, a market, if, for example, Amazon announces that they are going to open a warehouse right here? What do you think happens to the value of the homes around that new Amazon warehouse? You give me a thumbs up as it goes up or a thumbs down if it goes down. What do you think happens? Amazon says, I'm going to build a plant. What do you think happens to the value of homes? It shoots up, doesn't it? Now there's a need to live here because you want to live near where you work, right? Where are my Kernersville people? I got some K Vegas people on the call. Y'all remember, and I don't know, time gets away with me, so bear with me, but maybe 10 years ago, 12 years ago, something like that, when Caterpillar announced that they were going to open a plant in Kernersville, what do you think happened to the Kernersville market? It blew up. Everybody's need to live in Kernersville now because we want to be close to our job when Caterpillar opens. Flip that coin. Y'all remember when Dell announced that they were closing their warehouse? What do you think happened to real estate when Dell said we got to shut our doors? We got to go where the jobs are. So if you don't have a job at Dell and you can't find something else, and you have to relocate to where the money is, right? So as companies come and go, it affects the real estate, it affects the market. There's so many factors involved. This is obviously just a very brief introduction of those factors, but all of this affects, and that's what makes that pendulum change. And I think, again, if you guys can understand early on that what real estate looks like today isn't how it's going to look tomorrow. It's not how it's going to look next week or a month from now or a year from now. So we're constantly adjusting, we're constantly changing. We're possibly even changing the way we do business. I teach post licensing as well. And the last year or so that I've been teaching post licensing, I've been joking with my agents because for the last 2 years, you don't have to sell a house. For the last 2 years, they've sold themselves. You put a for sale sign in the yard and boom, it's gone. All you had to do is put a sign in the yard. You're not in real estate school to learn how to put a sign in the yard. But as that pendulum shifts, we're going to have to go back to actually selling. We're going to have to do open houses again, and we're going to have conversation with sellers about possibly reducing the price if we don't have interested buyers. You guys with me? So as the market changes and evolves, you have to change and evolve too. You got to stay current. Don't fight the market, y'all. It's a battle, uphill battle that you're not going to win. Embrace it, understand it, and go with it. And that gets us through unit 1. 1 unit down. Yay, y'all pat yourselves on the back. Say good job, good job. So at the end of each unit, I remind you guys that there are key terms at the beginning of the unit. In this case, on page 1, again, if you look at the key terms, you know what this word means? Great. If you don't, look it up. A big part of this class is just knowing what the word means so you can apply it. That key point review, your Cliff's Notes, are on page 15. And then the student quiz on page 17. And again, we're going to go over a couple questions together from the Unit 1 quiz when we come together on Tuesday. So we'll go through some of those together to help you guys try to dissect those and break it down. The Unit 1 questions are pretty simple, but I promise you Unit 7 is not. So we want to start now teaching you guys how to interpret and translate and dissect this information. Fair enough? What questions do I have from Unit 1? Okay. All right. Big deep breath. One thing I tell you about this class, boy, we keep going. There's no rear view mirror in this class. So we keep pointing forward. How many of you looked ahead at Unit 2 before you got here today? You can be honest with me. I'm not judging. I'm just curious. Looked ahead at Unit 2. Is there some weird stuff in Unit 2? Is there some stuff in Unit 2 that you were like, what? You know what I talk about if you know what I'm talking about, right? If you look, so if you didn't look ahead at Unit 2, please look at Unit 2 this weekend. There is testing stuff in Unit 2. So Unit 1s are only freebie. We officially start now. Unit 2 is our property ownership and interests. So in this unit, we're going to talk more about the concept of real property and personal property, better define that. We're going to introduce you guys and discuss something called a freehold estate. We're going to tell you first off what an estate is, and then we're going to discuss what a freehold estate is. We're going to talk about different forms of ownership. There's different ways you can own property. And then we're going to also talk about some common interest properties. So think like condos, townhomes, that kind of thing. So this is a big unit. Please understand, please don't stress over Unit 2. Unit 2 is one of those, we just need a basic understanding, right? So we're not here to get in depth and get involved. We just need a basic understanding. Again, you guys, these first couple weeks are kind of the building blocks to the rest of the class. So we're introducing you to some things that may come up again later to help you better understand it. So as a refresher, you guys remember from way back in Unit 1, and we talked about real property and we defined land and real estate and real property. And we said, once you include a homeowner's legal bundle of rights, that's what makes it real property. When you own property, you have certain rights. And those rights that you have are defined by your bundle of legal rights. I like to remember my twigs, if you will, by remembering deep sea. So let's talk about the different twigs of a homeowner, property owner's legal bundle of rights. The D twig is the disposition twig. As a property owner, you have the right to dispose of your property. You can sell it. You can gift it. You could give it away for free if you really wanted to. I wouldn't suggest that, but you could. As a property owner, you have the right to dispose of it. The first E is your enjoyment twig. As a property owner, you have the right to use the property in any manner that you want, as long as it's in the confines of the law. You're never allowed to break the law. So if zoning says don't use the property this way, you can't go do it anyway because you're the property owner. You still have to follow the rules. Other than that, you have the right to enjoyment. Do whatever you want to with it. It should be uninterrupted. It should be without harassment from others, as long as you're not breaking the law. Your second E twig is your exclusion twig. Your exclusion twig, as a property owner, you have the right to say who cannot come on your property. You have the right to exclude people from your property. You guys ever see no trespassing signs? No soliciting signs? They're exercising their exclusion twig, right? They're saying, I don't want you to come on my property. The P then, the possession twig, is the opposite of that. Not only do you have the right to say who can't come on your property, you also have the right to say who can. Who do you want to possess your property? Do I have any renters? Do I have any renters on the call? You have your landlord's possession twig, don't you? They gave you the right to be there when they had you enter into a lease and gave you the key. They gave you that possession. That was their right to do that. Did they have to let you live there? Probably not. And then the C twig is your control twig. You have the right to profit from the property. You want tenants? You have that right to control that. You want to plant corn? You have that right. Again, as long as you're within the framework of the law. We cannot break the rules. So our legal bundle of rights, again, tells the homeowner, not only do you buy this land and the structure on the land, but also included with it are certain rights, the idea of ownership and what comes with it. So deep C, any questions on this? Y'all ready for your first fancy word and your first yellow star? We're just clipping right along, aren't we? All right, here's your first big word. You ready? I'm trying to build anticipation. Is it working? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay. Well, sorry, I let us down. Okay. Why won't it go? Appurtenance. Our first yellow star, our first big real estate word is appurtenance. If something is appurtenant, it means it runs with the land, which means the rights or privileges that this owner has passes on to the next one, and the one after that, and the one after that. We're going to talk about your subsurface air and water rights in just a second. Those are considered appurtenant. If you're in a homeowners association, those covenants are appurtenant. The very first property owner in the HOA has to abide by the covenants, the second one, the third one, the 50th one. It runs with the land, it conveys with the property. For your exam, that's the best way I know to get y'all's attention. For your exam, the Real Estate Commission says appurtenances are considered improvements. So any improvement made to the land, the structure, the fence, the plumbing, the electricity, those are considered appurtenance, and they will convey. When I say convey, the seller passes on to the buyer at closing. So when the buyer buys, when the property becomes the buyer's, the structure, the fence, the electricity, the plumbing, all that will convey. We're going to see this word several times. We need to have an understanding of this word. Just a brief introduction to it here. Again, we're going to talk about your subsurface rights, air rights, and water rights in just a second. But for right now, let's just understand, if it's appurtenant, it runs with the land. It conveys from one owner to the next, and so on. Just a brief distinction. Again, these are words that are used interchangeably, but just to know that we have a basic understanding. If we're talking about improved land, I'm talking about a land with a structure. So it's land that's been built on. It has a house or commercial building, whatever, industrial warehouse. An improved lot, the lot has been improved. So it has electricity, it has plumbing, it has sewer, it has Google fiber optics, it has all the things that we need So you take raw land, you improve the lot and add those basic services. And then when you build the structure, when you add the structure, now you have your improved land.
So I have a question really quick.
Sure.
So would a pool be considered improved land then?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
because when I say, yeah, good question. Thank you. So when we say structure, basically we're saying anything man puts on it, right? Building, yeah, yeah. So if you
Alright.
put a pool in, and then even then it's debatable if a pool is an improvement or not, right? Some people
Right.
flock to a pool, other people run away from it. So, but yes, you have improved the land, you've added to it. And that's what we're trying to say. Thank you. Yep.
Uh-huh.
And remember what we said, you guys, for your exam, the real estate commission says improvements are considered appurtenant. So when you agree to buy this house, not only do you agree to buy the house, but you agree to buy all the improvements with it. The pool, the electricity, the plumbing, are there sidewalks, street lighting, whatever's on that property. And actually we all are. So I got you guys dancing back and forth. So it is break time. So let's take, and this is our last break for today, isn't it? Already. So let's go ahead and take our last 10. We come back, we'll keep going in unit 2. right. I'm happy to see all of you come back from break on the first day. The real test is see if you come back on day 2. So I hope to see all of you back on next week. And guys, remember, I've stressed the importance of this material, and this is a lot of information. But remember, we're breaking it down into chunks and sections over the next couple months. We're not trying to take it all in today, are we? I sure hope not. So let me guide you through. Let me be your conductor. If you feel yourself getting overwhelmed, it's okay to walk away from the book. You guys got to find balance. How many of you have a full-time or part-time job? Yeah. How many of you have family? How many of you have friends? How many of you have a Netflix show you're currently watching, or Hulu or Amazon Prime or whatever? You guys got to find the balance. I'm not telling you not to do any of that stuff, but I'm saying you got to find the balance. You got to incorporate this study time and class time into your lives. Okay. So please start making those. Maybe you can't go out with your friends tonight. Maybe you can't watch Netflix all day on Saturday, right? Maybe you only watch Netflix half a day on Saturday and you go out with your friends next week. Everybody with me? You got to start finding that balance. I tend to think of real estate as like an all-you-can-eat buffet. Remember when we were allowed to go to all-you-can-eat buffets? And they hand you a plate at the beginning and they got like this whole smorgasbord of food in front of you. Your plate's only this big, isn't it? So no matter how much food is on the buffet, your plate is still only this big. So know your plate. Start today, please. Start today. All right, are we back? Cameras are on, I can see you. So we are smiling for attendance, money. And then one more, hang on, screen 2. We are continuing on in unit 2. We talked about appurtenance. We said for your exam, improvements or appurtenances. So starting on page 21, let's talk about some of these rights. Subsurface rights. Subsurface rights are referring to the oils and the gases and the minerals found underneath the surface. And those rights can be severed. In other words, somebody could purchase or lease the rights to your minerals or oils or gases that are in your subsurface. Do you guys think we need an attorney involved to sever mineral rights, to sever oil rights? Absolutely. What we need to know right now is that they can be severed. When we get into unit 8, I actually have a form that I'm going to introduce you guys to, and it's a seller disclosure. The seller has to disclose to the buyer if they have or intend to sever their subsurface rights. Do you think a buyer deserves to know what they're buying? Do you think a buyer has a right to know what they're buying? So if you were going to buy a house and the previous owner had severed the rights to the oil, wouldn't you think that would be important for you to know? Don't you want to know that somebody else owns the oil under your... And that's the form we're going to look at in unit 8. So we will see this again. Yeah, Andrew?
Yeah, didn't the gas, oil, and mineral rights all come about because of D.R. Horton? When
There was we're not going to drop names in this class, but there was a case.
My bad, I'm sorry.
No, that's a good lesson for day 1, right? No name dropping. So there was a builder, we'll say, in Texas, and they bought the land, they severed the oil rights, and they subdivided it, built houses on it, and then sold the houses. Somebody bought the house, and one day they were out in their backyard digging, and lo and behold, struck oil. And the homeowner said, woohoo, I'm rich. Think like Beverly Hillbillies, right? They thought, woohoo, we've made it, we've done it. And what did the builder say? Thanks for finding my oil. These are mine. This money's mine. So why does the seller have to disclose? Because buyers have a right to know what they are and are not buying. Guys, a lot of these things that we talk about are the results of a court case. Once somebody takes somebody to court, so you sue anybody for anything. We've already established that, right? Are you going to win or not? Well, I guess that depends on your attorney. But if you results of court cases, that's what has formed a lot of the way we practice today, the forms that we have, that kind of thing. So yes, this is very real. Now, North Carolina, we don't deal much with oil, do we? We're not fortunate enough. But what, North Carolina, especially those of you down east, have y'all heard of fracking? Fracking is extracting the gases from the ground, right? So, it's coming to the state. We're starting to already see it further east we get. But it might be that somebody else owns the gas under your property. What we need to know right now, subsurface rights, they're pertinent, which means they transfer, they run with the land, but they can be severed, which means somebody can purchase them. Air rights can also be severed. Part of ownership says that you own the air above your land up into infinity, up until the heavens. But those rights can be severed. Does anybody live near an airport? PTI, Raleigh, Durham, Charlotte, anybody live near an airport? Do you have planes flying over your house? Can you go out there and say, don't fly your plane over my house? I mean, you can, but how far is that going to get you? You know what I'm saying? Your air rights have been severed. When the airports purchased and came about, they purchased those air rights through the courts. Again, not through a real estate attorney, but through the courts. They were granted those air rights. So you have no control about these FedEx planes and these commercial airliners flying over your property. This is, I don't know how well you guys can see this, but this is PTI right here in the triad. And if this is the airport, a lot of this around it is residential. So if you were buying a house, let's just say here, wouldn't you want to know that planes are going to be flying over your head? Wouldn't you want to know that PTI has severed those rights and there's nothing, and I mean nothing you can do to stop them? So again, air rights are pertinent, but they can be severed. Somebody can have or acquire or purchase the rights to fly their planes over your property. So we had subsurface rights. Andrew, is that a new hand or was that the former? No, okay. All right.
I forgot to put it down, my bad.
No, and thank you. Y'all don't let me, I'm not ignoring you. I just may not see you. So don't let me, please don't ever think I'm ignoring you. I do want to get to all your questions. So thank you. So subsurface rights can be severed. Air rights can be severed. The other type of rights that we have are water rights. Water rights cannot be severed. When we're referring to water rights, we're referring to properties that border a body of water. Maybe it's an ocean, maybe it's a lake, a pond, a creek, a stream, a river. It borders, it touches a body of water. And there are two types of water rights. We can break these types of water rights down. There's bodies of water that do have a tide. There are bodies of water that do not have a tide. So the first set of water rights is our riparian rights. These are bodies of water without a tide, T-I-D-E, T-I-D-E. What are bodies of water without a tide? Creek, streams, rivers, lakes, ponds, right? The water doesn't fluctuate from the moon phase, right? It just stays, right? The rain and everything's like that, but it doesn't have a tide. Those are riparian. And yeah, Samantha.
I have a question real quick about the whole tide thing. So take the coast, for example, and you've got the ocean and then you've got the intercoastal waterway.
The sound,
Technically it fluctuates, but is that considered a tide? Because
it is a tide,
okay,
and they would not fall under riparian rights. You're absolutely right. The
perfect, thank you.
coast and the sound, because they are considered to have a tide, they
Perfect.
would not fall under riparian rights.
Thank
Yep,
you.
absolutely. So our bodies of water that don't have a tide are riparian. There's two types of riparian rights. The first type of riparian rights is a non-navigable body of water. When I'm saying something's navigable and non-navigable, I'm saying, can you get a boat down it? Can you get a vessel down it? So if a creek or a stream is non-navigable, what riparian rights say is that each owner owns 2 the center of the, that was a terrible line, to the center of the body of water. So owner A owns half of the creek, owner B owns half of the creek. This is what riparian rights tell us. For non-navigable, if something is navigable, now I can get a boat down it, can't I? A lake, a pond, a river. If somebody owns property in North Carolina that's navigable, they only own to the edge of the water, the average edge of the water. How many of you have ever been on a boat in the lake? Maybe you've been down to Jordan Lake or up to Ballew's Creek. Isn't that a lot of fun? Our lake days are dwindling down, so don't forget to put that into your schedule too. We need to go play on the lake one more time before it gets too cold. So if you've been to Ballew's Creek or Lake Norman, Jordan Lake, all of our great bodies of water, have you ever noticed that sometimes these bodies of water have a dock and that people have, the reason they're allowed to have a dock has nothing to do with riparian rights. The reason they're allowed to have a dock is whomever owns that body of water allows those homeowners to put a dock in. Everybody with me? Because riparian rights say you don't own to the edge plus your dock. Riparian rights say you own to the edge. Whether or not you can have a dock is dependent on if they allow it or not. Ballew's Creek, for example. Is it a government owned? Is it privately owned? They decide if you can put a dock in their water. Think about navigable. Pretend just for a second that navigable bodies of water. Think about the street. Can you go out, stand in the middle of the street with a sign that says no traffic? You cannot drive down my street. I mean, don't do that. I don't want you guys to get hit. But you can't control. Your property line ends at the street, probably. We're the same thing here. So the boats that go up and down are allowed not by the homeowners, but by the people that owns that body of water. So riparian rights, no tide, navigable or non-navigable. Our other set of water rights is littoral rights. And these are the rights that we have with bodies of water that do have a tide. So what do we say has a tide? The ocean, the sound, the intercoastal waterway. Homeowners that own on bodies of water with a tide, littoral rights say that they own to the average high water mark. Whatever the high tide is, high tide, that's where the property owner owns. High tide to low tide is owned by the state. It's because of the state of North Carolina that allows us to walk up and down the beaches, for example, right? Low tide out is partly owned by the government until we get to international waters. And then it's owned internationally. So riparian rights, bodies of water without a tide. Littoral rights refer to bodies of water with a tide, and your water rights cannot be severed. I'm just going to mention this real quick because it's in the syllabus, but it's a section, a level 1, and I'm not too worried about you guys seeing it, but it's there, so we're going to go over it. States out west determine water rights by using something called the doctrine of prior appropriation. We're not going to see this in North Carolina. This is out west. And basically what the doctrine of prior appropriation says is the first one to show up and prove they have a beneficial use of this water is the one that gets to use it. The person that lives adjacent, the person whose property touches the water may or may not have rights to the water. Doctrine of prior appropriation. They just do things differently out west, don't they? Just some basic water words, top of page 24. These things that we're looking at 24, just water terms that affect the boundaries of water. So accretion is the gradual increase in land from the deposit of soil. Water moves soil. So when it's replaced or increased, we have accretion. Relection is the increase of land when the water recedes. So if you have a river or something drying up, you see more and more land, right? You see more land and less water. That would be our relection. Still at the top of page 24, your erosion is the gradual wearing away of land. So as water flows, it can take land with it. And then avulsion is your sudden loss of land. Think like a landslide, for example, maybe an earthquake. Homeowners are also entitled to something called support rights. There's two types of support rights. Lateral support says if your neighbor decides to dig, maybe your neighbor's going to do new construction and they need to dig out for, I don't know, basement or something, but they decide to dig. Their actions can't affect your land. So in other words, you are due that support. So if they start digging, you guys see right here, they're digging in a way that this street, this land isn't falling down into what they dig. So if your neighbors just show up one day with a shovel and say, I'm going to dig in my land, they can do that. That's their land, but their actions can't affect your support. That's our lateral support. Subjacent support is the right to have your land supported when we're doing something underneath. I tend to think of our coal mines in West Virginia for this. Our coal mines in West Virginia are miles beneath the surface, miles. And while they're down there mining, your property is not being affected. It's not caving in due to their actions. That's your subjacent support. Again, just rights that you have as an owner. You shouldn't have to worry about your neighbor's actions or miners, for example, affecting your surface, your property. Okay. How we doing? It's my check-in. Doing good? Good. Page 24, we're going to talk a little bit more about personal property and real property. Now going forward, I'm going to start referring to personal property as PP, real property is RP. Is everybody good with that? So in your PowerPoint, if you see PP, what am I talking about? Personal property. Real property, we're going to start referring to as RP. Less words for you guys to write. So back in Unit 1, we defined real property and personal property. We said real property is the land and everything that's attached to it. Personal property is anything you can pick up and carry away. A lot of times in real estate, we like several different words to say to mean the same thing. Doesn't that make it fun? Personal property can also be referred to as personality. It can also be referred to as chattel. Three different terms, all mean the same thing. And again, what distinguishes personal property from real property? Can you pick it up and move it? And that's where this section is going. Again, before we get any further, just a side note, bottom of page, where are we? Bottom of page 24. Whether or not plants are personal property or real property just depends. If plants that do not require annual cultivation. What do I mean by that? You plant it and it's done and it comes back year after year after year. All you have to do is plant it once. Those are known as our fruits of the nature. So our trees, our bushes, our shrubberies, those are known as fruits of the nature. And those are considered real property. Which means unless it's excluded, it will convey. It is appurtenant. So if your buyer's buying a house and you're in the backyard and they point at a tree that's planted in the ground and they say, does that tree convey? What are you going to tell them? Yeah. Anything's negotiable. So can we negotiate that tree? Of course we can. But if it's in the ground, fruits of the nature, that is considered real property. Yes, ma'am.
I had a question on the personal property. So for instance, like with a mobile home that can technically be moved, is that considered personal property versus like a home that's on a foundation, or how does that
The
work?
answer to that is it depends. And we are getting to that. We will talk
Okay.
about that in just a minute. Yep. And if I don't get it today, it'll be very early on Tuesday.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Yep. Plants that do require annual cultivation, things that you have to plant every single year, such as corn, wheat, soy, things that you have to plant every year. Maybe they're real property, maybe they're personal property. It depends on who you're talking to. If it's a tenant farmer, this year's crop is considered personal property, which means if the tenant farmer planted the crop and their lease runs out, they have the right to come back this year and harvest this year's crop. Now they can't plant next year and the year after that and the year after that, right? But if it's a tenant farmer, if there's annual crops and they plant them, it's considered personal property, which means they come back and harvest their crop this year. If it's a for sale, if it's a for sale farm or just for sale individual, that is considered real property and that corn will convey. So fruits of the industry, it depends. If the property is a lease, it's considered personal property. If it's for sale, it's considered real property. Personal property can become real property. Real property can become personal property. You can detach things. Yes, you can attach things. I got some fancy words for that. If you're converting something from real property to personal property, you're severing it. You're severing it from the property. If you're adding it, if you're including personal property to real property, you're annexing it. Somewhere in your home, you may have a ceiling fan. And maybe, is that ceiling fan permanently attached? Is it affixed in a way that it's not going to fall on your head or fall in the middle of the room? Hopefully. So it, at this point, is considered real property, right? Because it's permanently attached. You can't just pick it up and move it. You have to do something to get to it. So let's say you look at your ceiling fan one day and you say, yeah, I don't like that ceiling fan anymore. Can you take it down? Can you get up there with a ladder and some tools and remove it? You can sever it, right? So then you go to Home Depot, you buy a new ceiling fan. Doesn't that new ceiling fan come in a box that you can pick it up and carry it? So when you're at Home Depot, that ceiling fan is real property. You come home, you annex it, you attach it, and put it up in such a way that you have made it real property. Everybody see what I'm saying? So just because it's one or the other doesn't mean it can't change. Real property can become personal property. But kind of the general rule of thumb, if something is permanently attached or not, they say if it's nailed, screwed, or glued, bolted, welded, those are all things that make it permanently attached. Y'all ready for your first red star? I'm not kidding on day one, am I? We're just, y'all like the deep end? Here you go, heave ho. All right, first red star, level 3, need a very good understanding of a fixture. A fixture is an item that was once personal property, but is converted in such a way that it becomes real property. How does it get converted in such a way? Nailed, screwed, glued, bolted, welded. And having the distinction of whether or not something is a fixture or not is a conversation you will have with every single buyer that you ever work with. Again, doesn't a buyer deserve to know what they're buying? Yeah, I think we're all in agreement so far on that. So if a buyer walks into a house, you take your buyer into a home and you're showing around, a buyer says, is that included? Is that included? Is that included? This is where we need to have an understanding of what's a fixture and what's personal properties. We can make sure that we're getting our buyers what they think they're getting. A student in my last class said it best, and I love it so much, I'm incorporating it in all my future classes. She said, if you take your house, flip it upside down and shake it, if it falls loose, it's personal property. If it doesn't, it's real property. Doesn't that give you a visual? I love that image. Was that you? Thank you. I love that image. So you pick your house up, flip it over and give it a good shake. If it falls loose, it's personal property. If it stays put, everybody with me, then it's real property. What about a fence? A fence is pretty permanent, right? A fence was installed. A fence absolutely would be considered a fixture. I would like you guys, we're going to hold our place in the book. We're going to skip ahead just a bit. You guys, please look with me on page 26 and 27. So what we're looking at 26 and 27 is a list of things. You guys see all those bullet points, 26 and 27. When we get into unit 10, we're going to look at our standard offer to purchase and contract. And if you're using the standard offer to purchase and contract, these things are considered fixtures, which means they will convey unless excluded. Can the buyer and the seller agree to exclude a fixture? Yeah, because what can they agree to do? Anything. They can agree to anything. So as we're looking at this list, so let's do it in practice for a second. Let's say you are getting ready to list a property for sale. You're working with the seller and you're going to help them list their property. And you're going through your little checklist with them. And the idea, the topic, the subject of fixtures come up. And you ask your seller, is there anything on this list that you plan on taking with you? So the seller looks at this list and they say, well, you know, my chandelier in my dining room, that was actually my grandma's and it's an antique and it's very special to me. So I'm not leaving that. I'm going to take grandma's antique chandelier. Am I then going to look at my seller and say, no, you have to leave it? Take a picture of it so you have the memories. No, this is grandma's antique chandelier. Can the seller take it? Of course they can. We need to have a further conversation with our seller. Ideally, in a perfect world, we can convince the seller to take down grandma's antique chandelier and replace it with a chandelier that looks nice in that space. Don't leave me with a light bulb on a string, right? Put something else that fits that space. So when I take pictures, when a buyer sees the property, they never see grandma's antique chandelier. They never knew that that chandelier existed. All they knew was the one that you had your sellers replace. That's a perfect world. Do we live in a perfect world? No. So you talk to your seller, and your seller says, I have never eaten a meal in this house not being under grandma's antique chandelier, and I have no intentions of starting now. I'm not taking that down until I move. Smile real big and say, great, okay. Doesn't that buyer of that property have a right to know that when they buy, that chandelier won't be there? It needs to be excluded. Can fixtures be excluded? Of course they can. So my job as the listing agent is to let every single buyer know when they come in that house, that when you buy this house, that chandelier will not be there. What's the seller going to replace it with? Does the buyer have a say so in the new chandelier? That's all a discussion you need to have with your seller. That's all an agreement between the buyer and the seller. Guys, my bottom line here is that sellers can take fixtures, but we need to have a conversation with them. And if they refuse to take it down before I list their property, I've got to let every buyer know. I'm going to put it in my remarks when their agent calls a schedule. I'm going to say, by the by, don't fall in love with that chandelier in the dining room. I may even, something like that, I may even go as far to put a tag on it that says does not convey, because I'm letting everybody that see that chandelier know that when you buy this house, that's not going to be there. We have to make sure that our buyers and sellers understand what is considered a fixture and what is not. And that's what this list does on 26 and 27. And they can negotiate, but this is kind of our basis. Let's see, somebody asked about a tree house or a playground in the backyard. Generally, that's going to be considered real property, just the way it's installed. It wouldn't be really safe just to kind of plop it on the dirt, not secure it in any way, right? So again, a lot of it comes down to how was it installed. Interestingly enough, one thing that you are not going to see on this list of fixtures in our standard form, but I promise you will be asked about with every single real estate sales transaction that you do, is the refrigerator. The refrigerator is considered personal property. Can you unplug the fridge and roll it away? That's pretty movable, isn't it? I'm going to say the refrigerator is hands down the #1 negotiated item in a real estate sales transaction. When you're getting ready to list this property, go ahead and ask the seller, are y'all planning on leaving the fridge? Because every single buyer that comes to your open house, every single buyer that views that property, not every single one, 95% of those buyers are going to say, does the fridge stay? Does your seller have to leave the fridge? No, it's not a fixture. Think about it. The refrigerator uses the same type of plug and outlet that my hairdryer does, right? Unplug it and walk away. There's nothing special about it. It's just a refrigerator. Hands it. The #2 negotiable item, refrigerator is #1 all day, every day. #2 is going to be the washer and dryer. Those are also considered personal property. Maybe the seller's willing to leave them, maybe they're not. That's all an agreement between the buyer and the seller. This list has actually been updated since your book has been printed, so we'll see this again when we look at Unit 10. I just kind of point this out now for you guys to get an idea as we're introducing you to some of these topics. So remember we said earlier that a lot of the rules and laws that we have are the result of some kind of court case, some kind of outcome of court cases. I think fixtures and personal property put buyers and sellers in court faster than many other things in the real estate transaction. Guys, bottom line, and this isn't just real estate specific. In general, if two parties can't agree to agree, then the judge will decide for them. So if you have a buyer and a seller arguing over, is it a fixture or a personal property, and you can't get them to come to terms, I'm not an attorney, am I? I can't make this decision for them. So if I can't get them to come to terms, my best advice might be take it to a judge and let them decide. And when this gets taken to a judge, the judge is going to apply something that's known as the total circumstance test. This is the test that the judge uses to determine, is it a fixture or is it personal property? Ideally, we want people to figure this out outside of court, right? Can people be stubborn? Sometimes it's the littlest things. If they can't agree to agree, the judge is going to apply the total circumstance test. And the total circumstance test, the judge is going to ask a series of questions to determine if it's a fixture or personal property. And these series of questions can be remembered by the judge asking Irma. There's another one of our mnemonics, Irma. The judge is going to ask the intent of the annexor. The annexor is the person that attached it. What was their intent? Did they mean for it to be like super permanently attached? Or do they mean for it to be kind of permanently attached? What was their intent? The judge is going to ask who the relationship of the annexor is. Again, the annexor being the person that's annexing it. If the person is a tenant, Would they have a different relationship with that fixture than the owner of the property would, for example? So the judge is going to ask, who is the one that attached it? Who annexed it? Method of annexation. How permanent are we talking? Nail, screw, glue, bolted to the wall, welded to the floor? How permanent? What was their method? And then adaptation to real estate. Was it something that was customized or built in to adapt to the property? So the judge goes through IRMA, and based on the answers of these, the judge can determine whether or not it's a fixture of personal property. And again, I've once heard that all the things that you see on 26 and 27 are a product of a result of a court case. We'll see this, I mentioned we'll see this in our offer to purchase and contract when we get to unit 10, way down the way. We're also going to see this in the listing agreement. This is the relationship that we have, that we create with the seller. So we can have these conversations with the seller when we ever list a property before a buyer ever sees it. What, if anything, on this list are you going to take? And when are you going to take it? Before I show up to take pictures? Or are you going to wait until you move? We have to have these conversations with our sellers up front so we know how to proceed. Many times in listing appointments, sellers say, oh, okay, I'll look at it tonight before I go to bed. You know what? I'm a pretty patient person. Why don't you take 4.5 minutes and look it over right now while I'm sitting here so we can have a conversation about it? Because you know what that means. I'll look at it before I go to bed tonight. Y'all know what that means, right? I'm never going to touch this piece of paper again. So we need to make sure that they're looking at it so we can decide what to do. Question comes in, should I put in agreement the refrigerator will be taken by the seller? Since the refrigerator is considered personal property, if the seller is going to take it, we don't need to do anything. The only thing we would need to put in the contract is if the buyer and seller agree that they're going to leave it. Let's consider this. Fixtures are meant to stay, personal property is meant to go. Break that down. Fixtures are going to stay, personal property is going to go. If they're going to do the opposite of their intent, it needs to be in writing and agreed upon between the buyers and the sellers. Can they agree to anything? Anything. I can't tell you how many times I've been shown property when we walk in the garage and there's like the Porsche or something in the garage and the buyer says, ooh, does the Porsche come with the house? You know what I tell them? Anything's negotiable. If the price is right, I'm sure the seller may consider leaving the Porsche. Now, are you serious about it? Or you want to buy the house without the Porsche? Anything is negotiable. So here's a picture. Let's look at a picture. This is actually from a listing I had a couple years ago. I love this listing. It was such a, you talk about a well-maintained home, immaculate. They just didn't clean for me to show up. I mean, y'all, you could have eaten off the basement floor of this home if you really, really want to. It was in good shape. It was in good condition. So this is the kitchen. Why don't you guys tell me in a chat, when you look at this picture, what are some things that you would consider fixtures? What are some things that if you were a buyer, you would expect to stay? So tell us in the chat, and then we'll go through and talk about some of these things. I'm seeing the island, the stove, the microwave, the cabinets, the sink, the faucets, the lights. The blinds. Ooh, the dishwasher. So let's talk about some of these things. A couple of you said microwave. Why? Because this one is built in. What if this microwave was sitting on the counter here? Would that be included? Would that be considered fixture? No, now it's real property, or I'm sorry, personal property. You can pick it up and move it, right? So the reason this would be included, the stove is on our fixture list. I agree it would stay. A couple of you mentioned the lights. So you got your lighting fixtures here, and you guys even see they had under cabinet lighting. You guys see that? That's attached in a way. They're not falling down, are they? They're not hanging on by a wire. They're permanently attached in a way. This island sometimes kitchen islands go and sometimes they say, sometimes they're on wheels and you can move them around. But this one, if you look really close, you can see there's an electrical outlet here. So that and the fact that it's attached to the kitchen floor tells me that this would be considered real property, that this would convey. What about the bar stools? Can you pick those up and move them? No, so they would not be considered real property. They'd be personal property. Your cabinets, a couple you mentioned the cabinets, the stuff in the cabinet obviously can go. The things on the counter can go, even the stuff on your wall. These probably aren't permanently attached, are they? They probably have a nail in the wall and then they slide on the nail, right? So can their plates go? Sure, absolutely. Let's talk about the blinds for a second. The blinds, the curtain rods, the shades, those are attached. The fabric usually slides onto the rod, right? So if you have curtains, window treatments, the fabric is generally considered personal property because it just slides. So it's just the rod that's attached to the house. You guys with me? What about the 70-inch screen TV in the living room that's on a wall bracket? The TV just slides on, right? It's the bracket that's attached. So with the mound, that's right. So when your buyer says, does a 70-inch screen TV, anything's negotiable, but technically the TV can go, it's the mound that stays, the bracket that stays. You guys starting to get a feel for here? What if you had a flagpole? The pole itself just slides into the little thing, right? It's the bracket that's attached. Again, and thank you. I can't tell you how much I enjoy this analogy. Pick your house up, turn it upside down and shake it. If it comes loose, it can go. If it stays put, it can stay. Fixture versus personal property. Questions? Yeah, Ashley.
So in regards to like wall stuff, if you had a big mirror or decorative shelf, you said something about the TV, those things obviously are nailed or screwed to the wall, but I would consider them personal property.
So it's going to come down to how's it attached. This picture slides onto a nail, right? So is it nailed to the wall? Not the picture itself, right? But it sits on a nail. The nail is what is attached. So sometimes this may not be like always clear cut, right? And I'm not suggesting you guys never go into a seller's home and touch their stuff, right? We can't touch their stuff. So if you don't know how this picture is attached, you need to flat out ask the seller. Everybody with me? Don't go in people's homes, and people don't like that, especially post-COVID. Don't touch my stuff. Okay. So, a lot of times it may, now, if I took a bolt and put a bolt through this picture, now I just made it pretty permanent, right? Because now it's not going to fall off the nail when I pick my house up and shake it. As far as you mentioned bathroom mirrors, that kind of thing. Interestingly enough, bathroom mirrors are on your list on page 26 and 27. That's a fairly new addition within the last 5-8 years because there was a lawsuit. A buyer bought a house and moved in and there were no bathroom mirrors. I'm not talking about the medicine cabinet. I'm talking about the decorative bathroom mirrors. So if you're using this offer to purchase and contract, then the bathroom mirror is considered a fixture. So the idea of whether or not you can take it and this list kind of helps us formulate whether or not it's a personal property or real property, a fixture or personal property.
Yeah, actually that happened to me in a previous home that I
You weren't the
purchased,
cause
but-
of this, where you didn't sue some, no, I'm just kidding.
No, but we did get surprised when we walked in the bathroom and it was a blank wall.
And it was
No,
blank.
I was talking about like decorative mirrors. For example, I have a decorative mirror right here. We are in a rental, and it's my closet, obviously. And we'll plan on taking that. But if we were owners, would we keep that on the wall or would we take it with us?
My answer is it depends on how it's attached. And if you look down here on 26, the fourth bullet from the bottom, This list actually identifies mirrors attached to walls, ceilings, cabinets, or doors, all bathroom wall mirrors. So am I telling you you can't take your mirror? Absolutely not. What I am saying is we need to address how and when you're going to take it. Are you going to take it down before buyers see the property and fill that hole in the wall? Or is it my job as your agent to let all buyers know when you buy this house, that mirror is not going to be there?
Gotcha. Thank you.
Mhm. And this is a big part of what makes real estate stuff. What may be in this house isn't the same in another house, right? So Ashton's mirror may be attached one way, but couldn't, I'm just looking at random names here, Jeff's mirror be attached another way, right? So what may be the case, and that's why a lot of times we have to break this down to case by case. So having an understanding of what a fixture is to begin with, but also as you guys get into the industry, your missing piece of the puzzle here, the in practice, being familiar with this list of fixtures. Again, if you're using this form, it takes the guesswork away from it. We don't have to ask because we're familiar with the things that this form identifies as fixtures. Wall shelves, again, are they custom built? Are they built in? Are they permanently attached? Are they just kind of rested up against the wall? A lot of times we just need to see. And again, you guys, don't touch people's stuff. If you don't know, ask. When in doubt, find out. Very simple philosophy that I live by. When in doubt, find out. On page 27, we talk about a different type of fixtures. On page 27, something called trade fixtures. Trade fixtures are for commercial tenants. Commercial tenants. You're renting property to conduct your business, to conduct your trade. And trade fixtures are a bit of an exception. They're a little bit different than other fixtures. Trade fixtures are considered personal property of the tenant, which means at the end of their tenancy, they have the right to take their fixtures with them. We'll look at an example in just a second. So the commercial tenant can come in, install their fixtures, bolt it, weld it, screw it, nail, whatever. At the end of their tenancy, they can remove their fixtures and take them with them. They have to replace or repair, I should say, any damage they did to the property in removing their fixtures. So it's not like they can just jerk them out of the wall and leave a big hole in the wall and say, there you go. If they're going to take their fixtures, their trade fixtures, they need to replace the property. At the end of their tenancy, if they leave them, then they become real property of the landlord. Again, these are fixtures to conduct their trade. Think about retail. Aren't there a lot of shelves and racks in retail? And hopefully when you're in that store, are those shelves and racks falling on you? I sure hope not. Presumably those are going to be attached, right? So at the end of the tenancy, the tenant has the right to take those shelves and racks, whatever. I think another good example of a trade fixture would be a restaurant. So the tenant comes in, they say, I'm using this space, I'm going to rent this space for a restaurant. The landlord says, all right. The tenant comes in, they install this big, huge hood. They install this stove and deep fryer. It's not falling over on you. It's attached in some way. Maybe these counters are installed. You see the shelf that the microwave is on. You guys seeing these things? All of these may be considered trade fixtures. So the commercial tenant installs them so they can do their trade. They can conduct their business. And at the end of the tenancy, they can take them with them. They've got to repair any damage they did in removing them. And if they leave them, the landlord just went, sweet, I got restaurant equipment for free. That now becomes their real property. So if your commercial tenant skips out in the middle of the night and doesn't take their fixtures with them, so trade fixtures are a little different than regular fixtures. Property of the tenant, personal property of the tenant. North Carolina also has a separate category for agricultural fixtures. These are for our tenant farmer. Anything that the tenant farmer installs during their tenancy, automatically becomes real property of the landlord. So at the end of their tenancy, can they take their attached farm equipment with them? Nope, it is converted. The two can come to a special agreement always, but unless it's decided otherwise, the tenant farmer installs them, they become real property. Unless arrangements made otherwise, they have to agree to leave it at the end of the tenancy. Y'all want to see your picture? This is one of my favorite pictures, just because I love goats. Oh, look at the goats. If this tenant farmer has goats, you see this goat hanging out in his feeding trough? This thing's got to be attached in some way, right? It's got to be dug in the ground, maybe, concrete or something around it. If it wasn't attached, the goat would knock it over, right? So let's just say the tenant farmer came in, installed the feeding trough. Maybe they even installed this chain link fence. Agricultural fixtures say at the end of the tenancy, they have to leave it unless other arrangements are made. The goat can go with them. That's still personal property. But the others become permanently attached once installed. Questions? I have one more thing to say, and then we're going to be at a really good stopping place. So we've talked about fixtures and the rules that govern fixtures. There's also a rule that governs personal property. And the rule that governs personal property is our North Carolina Uniform Commercial Code. And what the UCC says is that items that are bought on credit and have a security agreement are considered personal property until paid in full. So if the seller is making payments on a water heater, for example, they don't have the right to convey that. Now, can we make arrangements? Can the seller agree to pay it off at the proceeds of the sale? Of course they can. Can they just take it back to Aaron's Rent-A-Center or whatever? Of course they can. But the UCC says anything that's bought on credit, this is not putting it on your credit card. This is buying it on credit and providing a security agreement means that it's still the creditor's until it's paid in full. What happens to it if you want to sell your house? That's something that the buyer and the seller need to work out. I can't promise you if the water heater is still being paid, making payments on it, that it'll be there. As the buyer's agent, I got to ask some questions. As the listing agent, I have to ask some questions. There's a place in our forms for me to say, do you have anything that is not yet owned? Our forms help us put words in our mouth. As you guys get in practice and you get familiar, you can use the forms to have these conversations. And if the seller says, well, we're still making payments on the water heater, what are you going to do about that? Are you going to return it? Are you going to pay it off? What's your plan? This jump starts our conversation to have with the seller. A question comes in, are goats negotiable? Anything is negotiable, right? What are my goats worth to you? Everything's got a price tag on it, I think. Even my husband on some days, but that's not every day, but he just brought me home lunch. So I guess I need to be careful what I say, huh? Okay. All right, guys, this is where we're going to end today. So please start looking ahead. Somebody asked about manufactured mobile homes. Those are at the bottom of page 28. We're going to talk about that. We'll start with, once we start the lecture on Tuesday. We'll finish up unit 2. Next week, we will get into unit 3. We'll do the math in unit 3. We'll probably even get started in unit 4 next week. One thing I need you guys to know now is this class keeps going. I cannot wait for you to get caught up. So the best advice I have for you is to stay with me. Look ahead at the material that we're covering, review it, look at the pictures, whatever, the words, whatever. Stay with me and review what we've covered. Homework assignments. You guys are going to send me an introduction to yourself, selfie with your textbook. You're going to go calculator and highlighter shopping. You're going to review what we've covered. You're going to look ahead at where we're going. You're going to get into Learn, Test, Pass. Have I given you enough to do for this weekend? I think so. All right. Today, I'm very
What was
pleased.
the last thing?
Yeah,
What was the last thing you said? What about pass? You said,
learn, test, pass.
oh, okay,
Yep,
gotcha.
yep, learn, test, pass. Yep, thank you. Guys, I think today was a great day. I appreciate you all. I look forward to our time together. Never hesitate to reach out to me if you have questions. I hope y'all have a great weekend. We will start at 9 a.m. on Tuesday.
Thank you. See ya.
Thank you, Julie.
Thank you. You guys
Thank
have a good weekend.
You
Thanks.
too.
Bye.
Thank you, Julie.
Thank you, Julie. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Someone offered to buy your chickens. That's awesome. Anything's negotiable, right?
Thanks, Julie.
Thank you. Have a good weekend.
You too.
Bye. You too. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's any questions I can answer for you guys. Yes, ma'am. And you can either type or unmute. Just keep in mind I'm still recording, so careful what you say.
It's for real, it's just about, as far as you said at the beginning of the class, when it came to us applying for firms and things,
Mhm.
would that be after we take the course or while we're taking the course?
You know, some agents start interviewing firms, not now, but you know, once we get a couple weeks or a month or so in the class, some want to wait until they get licensed. So that's up to you. I will say this. Some firms will talk to you now. So if you call them and say, I'm in pre-licensing, some will say, come on in and talk to me. Others may say, why don't you wait until you're licensed and then come back to me? So,
Okay.
but I do think you can start doing now is kind of doing some research on some firms, you know, don't take it away from your study time, but do some research on some firms, you know, who you may want to start talking to. I do think it's a little early because you're
Right.
still 2 months just from ending this class and then going on the state exam. So I do think it's a little early. But once we get about halfway through or more, yeah, you absolutely. And like I said, if the firm says, just call me when you're late, don't be offended. That's just, you know, that's just how they operate. But I think you can, in your best place to start researching firms, go to Google.
Gotcha.
See what
Thank
firms, what
you.
area you want to work. You know, is it near your home? Is it around a certain, you know, city, town, subdivision, whatever? You know what I'm saying? And just start with Google. There's a cajillion firms out there, so you need to narrow your search down somehow. But yeah, that's a great question. Thank you. And I know it's exciting.
Yeah.
But let's not put that cart in front of that horse. Let's get through this first, and you be a much stronger candidate as you get closer.
Gotcha. Thank you, Miss Julie.
Absolutely. Have a good weekend.
You too.
Thank you. Miss Bonnie, how are you doing?
I'm ready for bed.
That's right. You've been working all night, haven't
Mines
you?
are burning. Honestly,
go.
I can't believe I made it.
Yeah, day one, right? So just keep your coffee going and
I had 2 cups of coffee and a Mountain Dew.
So 3 and 2 next time, right? Well, I hope you have a wonderful weekend and we'll see you on Tuesday.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you.